Okay, I think we'll go ahead and get started, and Anthony, Councilmember Tave can join us. Okay. Let me just see. Okay, good evening. I'm going to call to order the meeting of March 19th, 2024. And if you'll join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is the land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Next on the agenda is roll call, city clerk's report, and statement of conflict.
Thank you. Mayor Toms.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Sasai.
Here.
Councilmember Tave is not yet here. He has advised the council he should be arriving in a couple of minutes, so I'll note that for the record. Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Here.
Councilmember Murphy.
Here.
Interim City Manager Gang.
Here.
City Attorney Kasher.
Here.
Deputy Clerk Stone.
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Thursday, March 14th at 4:45 p.m. with all legally required notices. Written comments were received in advance of the meeting, distributed to council and staff, posted to the website, and are available to view in the back of the chambers. Does the council have any conflicts to report on any agenda items this evening? Seeing none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is convene into a closed session. We have 3 items. Item 4A is conference with labor negotiators, and that's agency designated representatives are Eric
Excuse me,
Kasher.
Mayor. I'm sorry, that item is being deferred for a future meeting, so
Okay.
we'll have the remaining 2.
Great, thank you. So we're going to defer item 4A. 4B is conference with labor negotiators, and that's agency designated representatives are Neil Gang, Interim City Manager, Stacy Schell, Human Resources Director, and Greg Ramirez, IEDA, and the employee organization is PPEA. And then item 4C is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, 1 case. And before we go into closed session, are there any public comments on closed session items?
Sorry, Mayor, I have a clarification. So this evening, there are 3 items listed on the agenda, 4A, B, and C for closed session. The item that's being deferred is actually 4B. My apologies.
Okay.
So that's conference with labor negotiators for the PPEA. Item A will go forward today, and item C.
Okay,
Yes,
and
thank you.
item 4A is agency designated representatives are Eric Kasher, City Attorney, and Stacy Schell, Human Resources Director, and the unrepresented employee is the City Clerk. So with that, are there any comments, public comments on closed session items?
No, there are no public comments.
Okay, with that, we will be back in session when we're finished. And I think we want to estimate that around 6 o'clock, but could be a little earlier.
All right.
reportable action. On the next two items, I'm going to swap a couple of the items in order because we have some guests that are receiving a proclamation, and they have time limits. So we're going to hear item 7A, proclamations for Nowruz and Cesar Chavez Day first, and then we're going to go back to citizens to be heard. For the citizens to be heard, you do need to turn in a yellow card. They are back there, and I would ask you to go ahead and fill out those yellow cards now and turn them into the city clerk so we have an idea of how many speakers that we have this evening. So if the council will join me for the proclamation for Day of Nowruz, March 19th, 2024, whereas Nowruz in Persian means new day, marks the vernal equinox and the beginning of spring, and is celebrating renewal, connecting with loved ones, and honoring nature, and
whereas Nowruz begins precisely at the vernal equinox on the first day of spring, usually on March 20th or 21st, when the days and nights are equal lengths, with days then becoming longer, signifying the arrival of warmer weather. And whereas this year, Nowruz falls on Tuesday, March 19, 2024. And
whereas Nowruz is the beginning of the year for the people of Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, Iran, Tajikistan, I think I got that one right, and a few of the Asian republics of the former Soviet Union. It is also celebrated as the New Year by people descended from Persian and Iranian ancestors. The Kurds in Georgia, Iraq, Syria, and Turkey celebrate Nowruz as the New Year festival. Many communities where people from these countries have settled also join in celebrations. And
whereas it is a time of great joy and family celebrations that are shared by people of all faiths in many countries and traces its history back through the centuries to the ancient Mesopotamian civilization and the Persian Empire. And whereas it is mankind's oldest known holiday and is still celebrated by more than 300 million people around the world, it celebrates the triumph of hope over despair and promotes values of peace and solidarity between generations and within families. And
whereas Nowruz is also a celebration of humanity's rich cultural heritage and diversity, a chance for all of us to be guided by its values of peace, dialogue, and solidarity, to reaffirm our commitment to human rights and dignity, to promote mutual respect and reconciliation, to protect the planet and live in harmony with nature. And whereas Nowruz is the messenger of better, brighter days ahead, and a reminder of what connects Pinole as a community, and
now, therefore, I, Maureen Toms, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, do hereby claim March 19th, 2024 as Day of Nowruz in the City of Pinole and encourage all citizens to choose hope and compassion, embrace the opportunities that lie ahead, and work together to building a more peaceful, sustainable, and inclusive world for all. Thank you. So we do have some guests here. Does the council want to do a photo first? Yes, okay. If you'll join us up front, we'll do a photo, and then I know you have something planned. So please join us. And yes, yes, we have, oh, here's Vincent. Vincent can.
City Council, Mayor.
Take your microphone.
Mayor, City Council, on behalf of the Iranian American community, I would like to thank you for this proclamation, which I believe is the third for the city of Pinole. It's the beginning of a long tradition. The Iranian American community basically left Iran, most of them after the Iranian Revolution in 1979, and have lived in America for almost 40 years, and they feel like they are being at home. And the fact that you recognize the Iranian background really means a lot to the entire Iranian American community. Again, thank you very much for this beautiful proclamation. And I'm here with Ushang Parkpour, who's going to make a speech. And I'll let you say something. I think you have some music, correct?
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead.
While we're waiting, Mr. Salimi, do you want to tell us what's out in the entryway?
Yes, we actually have a table called the half scene, and half in Farsi means 7, and scene is the letter S. So this is a representation of 7 different items, and they all start with the letter S, such as C, which is apple, which is the representation of beauty. And we also have seal, which also stands for garlic, which is a representation of protection and health. And we have other items. I don't have it on top of my head, and I will have to go through my notes. If you give me a second, Madam Mayor, I will go to my list because I do have it. I actually made a presentation this morning about it. So we have C, which is the apple, and which is the representation of beauty and health. And the presentation I made was in French, so at the same time I'm translating French to Farsi to French and French to English, so there's a delay time here. Sabzi, which is the green weed, which is the representation of birth. We have also Senjed, which are dry fruits, and they represent love. We also have seal, which is garlic, which I said earlier, which represent the which is for protection. We have serke, which is vinegar, which represent wisdom. We also have samanu, which is the wheat pudding, which represents fertility, actually. And finally, we also have sumac, which is for the sunrise and the beginning of the new year. Mr. Pakpour, thank you everybody for coming here, and please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Mayor and everybody, City Council. And that's beautiful and very honored to be here with you and to accept us as Iranian. And thank you very much for this proclamation. It is the 3rd year in a row. And thank you to Winston. I just wanted to introduce Dr. Munesi. He has 2 doctorates in physics.
Wow.
But he also plays music. And yesterday, in one of these charity organization, he was serving the lunch for everybody. I would like to introduce you the father of the guitar, which we call it tar, actually. Please do something little. Just one little song for spring. That's okay. Are you sure? I heard that they don't have time.
Uno más.
We don't have time, but
They don't.
I wanted to thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming, and for the other folks that are here, there is a setup, a table out in the entryway, so I hope you do make your way over there. And I wish you all a very happy Nowruz. And
Thank
that's
you.
coming up in the next hour or so.
That's, I believe, at 8:03 p.m. Yeah, so everybody's actually running back home as well to celebrate with their family. Sade no Mubarak, merci, Khuda Hafiz. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, the next proclamation that we have is for Cesar Chavez Day. And I'll ask the council to join us for Cesar Chavez Day, which is March 31st, 2024. And that's whereas Cesar Chavez Day is a U.S. federal commemorative holiday proclaimed by President Barack Obama in 2014. And whereas the holiday celebrates the birth and legacy of the civil rights and labor movement activist Cesar Chavez on March 31st every year. And
Whereas Cesar Chavez came of age picking produce and cotton in the fields of California, and whereas he labored in intense heat, all too familiar with the harms of poisonous pesticides, and
Whereas he learned early on about the power of organizing for basic dignity and respect through his work with Fred Ross and the Community Service Organization. And whereas working alongside trailblazing labor activist Dolores Huerta and inspired by heroes like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Muhammad Gandhi, he founded the United Farm Workers of America in 1962. And
Whereas over the following 3 decades, Chavez marched, fasted, and boycotted, campaigning for collective bargaining rights, a minimum wage, unemployment insurance, and better health and safety standards for his fellow workers. And
Whereas Chavez's courage opened America's eyes to injustice and ushered in a new age of opportunity for farm workers and the working class.
Now therefore, I, Maureen Toms, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim March 31st, 2024 as Cesar Chavez Day, and I encourage all Pinole citizens to observe this day as a day of service and learning with appropriate service, community, and education programs to honor Cesar Chavez's enduring legacy. So I'm not aware if we have anybody to receive the proclamation, but we will hold it in the city clerk's office. So thank you all for coming. So the next item on the agenda is we're going to go back to public comment. And I would urge you all to turn in your yellow cards so we have an idea of how many public speakers that we have. And this is, again, item number 6, citizens to be heard. Citizens may speak under any item not listed on the agenda. The time limit is 3 minutes and is subject to modification by the mayor. Individuals may not share or offer time to another speaker. Pursuant to provisions of the Ralph M. Brown Act, no action may be taken on a matter unless it is listed on the agenda or unless certain emergency or special circumstances exist. The City Council may direct staff to investigate and/or schedule certain matters for consideration at a future City Council meeting. And how many speaker cards do you have?
Thank you, Mayor. For citizens to be heard right now, I have, looks like just about 5 or 6 cards. We have several more cards for item 9D.
Oh, okay. Okay, with that, do you want to call out the first 3 speakers? And I think we can go ahead and do 3 minutes.
Thank you. So first I have Marie Bowles, Rafael Menes, followed by Sean Adam Lapona Fabia.
Let me take a breath. Good evening. Kibby Kleiman is the principal of Pinole Valley High School. His name has been put on Chalk Hill here in Pinole because our community loves him. A few weeks ago, 4 out of 5 members of the West Contra Costa Unified School District, one of which is our elected Pinole Area 1 representative, voted in closed session to demote Kibby from principal of our school to a teacher in our district, which has left our entire community devastated. The issue is being discussed on Nextdoor, Facebook, Instagram, and other social media sites. People have not surprisingly asked what he did wrong. As is clear from the comments people are making on social media, a lot of people assume that this couldn't have happened for no reason at all, so they think he must be guilty of something. Kibby has done nothing wrong. The reason Kibby was given for his demotion has been that his employment is at will, which states that an employer can terminate employment for any reason at any time, provided that it is not illegal. He has been a beloved member of the PVHS community for over the last 10 years, and he has been in the West Contra Costa Unified School District for the last 35. Given that 3 legal Williams complaints have been filed against the West Contra Costa Unified School District, which state that the civil rights of students are being violated because students in our district have been without teachers for months on end, I encourage the West Contra Costa Unified School District to work with the excellent principals and teachers we are lucky to have so that they'll want to stay. If you talk with anyone at Pinole Valley High School, Kibby is legendary. He knows the names of every student at our school. He attends all of our sporting events. He attends and contributes to every PTSA meeting. He always makes time for students or parents. He is often the first one to arrive on campus in the morning, and he can often be seen still working late at night in his office for our community. I know because I also work late at night many nights, and my office is right next to Pinole Valley High School. I came tonight because I want the city of Pinole to know what has happened to our principal at Pinole Valley High School. Our demonstration in front of the school last week, which made the evening news, was a student-led demonstration in support in support of Kibbe, and I hope Pinole residents will support our efforts and petitions in circulation to get him reinstated as the principal of our school. I can't see my time, so I don't know if... Ah, thank you. Well, I guess I have 30 seconds left. So when I say our community has been devastated, I mean devastated. These kids went through portables. Kibbe was there for them. They went through COVID. Kibbe was there for them. Any parent can tell you, and I'm sure there are students here tonight, I don't know if they know they need to fill out cards or understand the process, so I hope you'll help them with that. But we would like the WCCUSD to re-agendize this issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Raphael?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Raphael Menace. I'm a resident of Pinole. And is the microphone working? Okay, wasn't quite sure the audio. Now it's working. Yeah, so good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Raphael Menace. I'm a resident of Pinole. And I have a few topics I'd like to discuss tonight. First, I agree with the prior speaker's distress about Kibbe Kleiman being removed from his role as principal of Pinole Valley High School. I don't know the exact details or the causes behind it because it's a closed session item. I doubt I'll ever be able to know the full details, but I can just say based on my personal experience and interactions with Kibbe Kleiman, he's always seemed to be like an excellent principal who has his students' goals, aspirations, and needs at heart, and it will be a loss to Pinole Valley High School to no longer have him as a principal. I also wanted to highlight a few things going on in the city that maybe haven't been noticed. There's a city manager recruitment community survey that just got posted to the city's sort of news segment. You can find that at ci.pinole.ca.news/news/current_news/city_manager_survey. Just wanted to highlight that because there was an online forum covering a lot of the same topics as the survey would yesterday, and there were only 3 members of the public there, including me. So hopefully the survey will get more responses, and also hopefully more people are going to show up to the in-person event, which is going to be this Saturday at the Senior Center. I believe it's from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. because I'm sure the council wants to hear your feedback on what we all, as a community, are looking for in our city managers so they can be informed in their decision-making and deliberation process. And finally, I've got some more comments about the current limited COVID-19 information we have available for the city of Pinole. According to the CDC, the current COVID-19 hospitalization rate is 4.1 per 100,000 as of last week, which is less than the 6 odd it was the last time I reported this. So that's a positive upturn. And the sewer chart trackers are showing a downwards decline. They show that more as a graph rather than as raw numbers. So those are positive points. And I wanted to wish everybody a happy New Year's and hope everybody's having a good year and will continue to have a happy and healthy New Year as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next 3 speakers?
Jamila Smith-Folds, followed by James Tillman, if he's still here. And then looks like we will have about 5 speakers online.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jamila Smith-Folds, and I'm the president of the West Contra Costa Unified School District School Board. I came here tonight to speak directly to the council. I know that many of you are getting questions about board decisions. I will not speak about any one employee because, as you know, that's illegal. I will take a moment to navigate you through the process. Mayor Toms, forgive the repeat, as this is the exact information that I shared with you on Wednesday, March 6th, when you called me in the morning. The school board, much like this council, is a body that not only has the job of making policy, but has the job of oversight. We take recommendations from the experts in the district, including but not limited to the superintendent and the cabinet. We also listen to the community. Once all information is gathered, we make an informed decision. Because of the privacy rights of employees, the community is not privy to all information we have. Finally, I want to speak to timelines. Nothing happens in 24 hours, meaning that the district has to follow union contracts, which are filled with procedures, and their own HR policies, which are filled with actions that have to occur. And lastly, the board has its practices when it's asked to take action. The board thoroughly interrogates the aforementioned policies and procedures. The narrative that things are suddenly sprung on employees is inaccurate. The community may be caught off guard because it seems sudden. I assure you the employee is not. They can't be. WCCUSD has 5 unions that almost all employees fall under. All employees have employment rights, and they are made aware of those rights. As a parent, teacher, and community advocate, I have engaged with the school community since before I was elected. The narrative that I have not listened to the community is not true. Hearing, listening, and obeying are different skills. I heard the community and their concerns are valid, but they do not have the information that I have. I listen to the community and understand their viewpoint. I, too, am a parent, teacher, and community advocate. What I cannot do as a board member is override the information that I'm given simply to obey. That's not leadership. I have to lead and make informed decisions. To the community, I am here to serve. That means making hard decisions and continuing to help students, parents, staff, the council, the community, and anyone else who needs or wants to understand how the educational system works. Thank you very much, Council, for your time, and I am complete.
Thank you. And next speaker, is Mr. Tillman still here?
It looks like he may have gone, so we can come back if he returns, and then we'll go to our remote comments.
Okay, first we have Stella Miranda.
Valley High. The vote of 4-1 to remove Kibbe has left parents, students, and community members in disbelief and devastated. We are left with, good evening.
Yes, go ahead.
Tonight I want to express my extreme disappointment in the decision to remove Kibbe Climate from Pinole Valley High. The vote of 4-1 to remove Kibbe has left parents, students, and community members in disbelief and devastated. We are left with a lot of unanswered questions. Parents and students were expected to provide public comment after 6:30 p.m. when the school board meeting actually begins. Instead, only 4 individuals were allowed to give public comment prior to closed session, leaving parents and students feeling deceived. What lessons are we teaching our children? That their voices mean nothing? That the trustees cannot be trusted? That our trustees do not have our children's best interests at heart? The answer that the district gave parents is that the district cannot comment on personnel issues because of the privacy rights of the employees. We understand that, but at least they should have listened to the comments from those that they served prior to making their decision. I can only hope in the upcoming election in November that we can have some serious changes in selecting individuals that have the children's best interests at heart. I believe that this is the worst decision the school board has ever made. Since Kibbe arrived to Pinole Valley High School, he has created a campus where children feel loved, respected, and cared about. I truly believe that this decision should be revisited by West Contra Costa Unified School District and reversed. Otherwise, Pinole Valley High School risks losing enrollment of students next year that will leave the district to move on to private schools, homeschooling, or other districts. Loss of students equals loss of teachers. In addition, we lose in-kind services from parents that save our district lots of money. We are already lacking teachers and under scrutiny of the county. I hope tonight someone in Pinole knows someone that's interested in running for school board trustees in our whole district. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Annette P. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Hi, my name is Annette Pisano, and I have a senior at Pinole Valley High School. Just on a couple of topics. One, I want to also thank you guys for having the proclamation to make the Cesar Chavez Day official for March 31st. That's important when it comes to representation of just the student body. That's actually the student body that's in our area and the diversity of our community, especially in the Pinole area, and also like where unions started. So, and the second one would be, I would like the board to please support the Pinole Valley High School Choir, who's directed by Mr. Lim. Mr. Lim has a big heart, just like Kibbe Kleinman. He goes above and beyond for his students. He'll have potlucks for them. He puts out events for them. He wants them to all grow. He lets each child shine in their own light and also develop their voices as well too, and also to give them a very good experience. The choir itself has been growing over the last 3 years. Unfortunately, as you know, the district is no longer has funds available for buses for kids to go on these field trips or these events, which is ironic considering that there had been stated at the last board meeting that they have excess funds that aren't being allocated properly when it comes to for these students. Mr. Lim requests the city council to please sponsor for a study trip event on May 3rd, which is in support of AAPI Heritage Month, and an annual variety show on May 16th. The second one would be, as I spoke at the board meeting regarding the decision to remove Kibbe Kleinman as principal, it's really bad decision. I mean, I can look back at my elementary to high school years and compare to my child's elementary to high school, and even other family members and people who don't live in the area are pretty impressed at what a great principal he is, as he's very pro-student, he's very pro-community. He wants the kids to get involved in everything that's in the community, but also even says, hey, let's figure out what we can do to make sure that you strive as a student and become a good citizen at the school. He's supportive of the students. He's at every single event. And I back what Marie has to say as well, too. I'm also just going to read at the very end. He writes beautiful letters of recommendations for children when applying to scholarships. When applying to schools. For instance, in the last paragraph that he said about my child, he's like, I can't say enough good things about them except that they honor and they know that they're the one that he was honored to have this, be able to write this letter of recommendation. And he's like, do not hesitate to call. He puts his personal phone number out there for whatever college or admission persons would like to discuss with him. Thank you.
Next, we have Tiffany. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, Tiffany McCoy, but it's going to be actually Jaden Hamill that will be speaking.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Jaden. I'm very hurt about them taking Mr. Kibbe from our school. He always greets me by my name. I feel comfortable with him, and I can go to him for anything. He shows up to all sporting events. If you take him away from our school, I will not feel safe at Pinole Valley School.
And also with Jaden, he is in special needs classes, so it's very difficult for him to warm up to somebody. And Mr. Kibbe is that person that he has been able to warm up to and trust. to where he can go to him for anything. So it's very difficult for him to even read to be able to talk, period. So it's a lot for him to be able to talk in front of people. And Mr. Kibbe has always been there for him, and he trusts him. Thank you.
Next, we have a cell phone caller using a Samsung SM. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, Debbie Long. I guess my name wasn't in there this time.
Go ahead.
There's not a lot I can say to add to all the accolades about Kibbe. I also worked with him on many issues regarding the school district, and I have worked with many other principals, and he has far surpassed any of the expectations of those others. But I would like to say, one is that evidently this wasn't an open and shut case because it was a 4-1 decision. So there was room to start thinking about this. Secondly, I believe all of you did support Jamila Smith-Folds in her election last time. And it was based upon the fact that she would represent the community, the students, and the parents well. Well, proof is right now, she's not representing any of us very well. And I would suggest that when she runs again, assuming that she does, that each and every one of you look very carefully at your endorsement as how it is a reflection upon you. Additionally, I'd like to add, I would request that the council send a letter to the West Contra Costa Unified School District and demand, not ask, but demand that they reinstate Kibbe as principal. And other than that, I don't think that there's a lot I can share that others haven't already said. Thank you.
Karen Rockman.
Hello, my name is Karen Rockman. Hello, my name is Karen Rockman, and I'd like to talk about Kibbe and Mr. Lim. First of all, I would like Pinole to help Mr. Lim in the help getting the choir funds for the buses for his needs. He is a great asset to Pinole. My daughter is in choir, and he's giving her so much support and love. I know I only have a couple of minutes, so I have a lot to say about Kibbe. My husband was a teacher at Terry Hills. He has passed away in October. He is a district teacher. First, or nobody has made contact with me to pay their respects. My daughter is in Pinole Valley. She's a freshman. Kibbe has helped her through this. The school has helped her through this. The district has done nothing. The board has done nothing. Kibbe is amazing. He's contributed time. He's given me his cell phone if she is in need of anything. He's helped with the teachers. He is such a great asset to Pinole Valley. It is unbelievable that he's being reinstated in my purpose. If he's done something so wrong, why are they having him continue this year? I'm hoping the city of Pinole can help us try to reinstate Kibbe. And it's just, he's an amazing person, and he has given my family and he's given the community much help. When, again, my husband, who's been a teacher in the district, Glenn Rockman, the board, Hearst, nobody has contacted me to help me through this, but Kibbe has. If that is some inclination of this district, it's really sad. So I'm hoping we can get help from the city of Pinole to reinstate Kibbe. He really is amazing. Thank you.
Jose Hernandez.
Hi, Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Heather Hernandez, and I have known Kibby since my son, his first year there as a principal. My son was in 9th grade there when Sue Kahn was the principal, and nothing against her, but the school was unsafe. There wasn't a lot of learning going on, and a change in leadership had to happen. Kibby jumped right in the following year. He took the bull by the horns and helped turn the school around. A teacher spoke at the board meeting, and Mr. O'Shea has been with the district for 35 years and said under 7 principals, Kibby is by far the best. He goes above and beyond for the students. The board did not handle this in a transparent manner. I understand that you can't divulge employee information, but I was one of the people who was not taken off mute and not able to speak at the 5 o'clock meeting. And I say we need to really rethink how things are done. The school district, as we know, is falling apart, in danger of being taken over by the state. They can't recruit top talent. And why would they when they treat top talent like this? He means so much to these kids. He helps kids that maybe they aren't going to college, but they're going to go to trade schools or different routes, but still good routes, healthy routes after high school. He takes a personal interest in the kids. What other principal in the district gives their personal cell phone number to be there to help people? Jamila Smith-Folds is not transparent. She is not handling this the right way and is not listening to anybody's way or concern but her own. So I just urge you guys to really, really review everything and let this be handled in a legal way. She's up for re-election, and I hope and pray that somebody else with more integrity and honesty and who will be here for all students, regardless of their background, where they come from, any of it, will represent the city of Pinole in a fair manner. And I hope that Kibby will be reinstated. And if he isn't, I hope he finds a much better job on the other side with a better district who will appreciate him for the kind of principal and employee that he is. Thank you guys very much for listening to all of our concerns. We appreciate it.
There are no more online comments.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to thank everybody for coming in and commenting and keeping things respectful. Oh, you have one more?
Yes, I have 3 cards in hand. Mark Shawls is for this item. And then I wanted to recall James Tillman. Looks like he's not here, but I also had Sean Fabia. Okay, so you'll follow him.
I've actually got 2 comments, 2 subjects. So last time I spoke was that a month ago, and I was talking about the PVHS swim team and their need possibly for an alternate location to practice. I talked to Jim Oversoy, who's the manager of the Contra Costa pool where we swim and coach. And it's not as desperate as it seemed like earlier. They will possibly be shutting down in November to change out a boiler, which is a must. And if it breaks earlier, then there's more of a need. It's on its last legs. And then the other thing is the resurfacing they're doing. They're planning to do that after the 2025 season. So what looked like more urgent is not as urgent as it was a month ago because of the funding that has to be procured for the resurfacing. So I guess the ask that I had last time can be postponed. And the next topic is on Principal Kibby. I heard a couple of people talk, and I have very similar sentiments about him. He has been a wonderful principal. He's been a very good part of this community. I think he is a benefit to have him as a principal for our community. When there are issues in downtown Pinole at the shopping center with students, he's on top of it. So this is like within your jurisdiction, it's important to have good relations with the high school and with the students. And Kibby is one of those leaders who sees the benefit, of teaching the kids good citizenship. And he steps in when they aren't behaving properly, and he helps out the downtown community. You honored Marie-Louise Fiataroni a month ago at this event, and she saw the demonstration outside of Pinole Valley, and she thought it was against Kibby. And she was extremely disappointed because she's a big supporter. She loves Kibby. You know, she's a small businesswoman in the city for over 50 years here. And she gives her support to Kibbe. And she's seen a lot of principals and that school for over 50 years, having been a businesswoman in that same shopping center for over 50 years. So if you have any sway with the trustees in this area or other areas and can convince them or tell them about how important a good principal at Pinole Valley High School is like Kibbe, that would be greatly appreciated. The effect of demoting him is such a drastic measure when he has told us there's been nothing in his file that he knows of. He's never been warned, never been given any letters of reprimand or action items to improve his principalship. It just seems extremely drastic and not fair to, you know, blind someone, sort of sucker punch him that way if there is some personnel issue between him and the district. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And do we have another card for this item?
Sean, is your comment for citizens to be heard? Is it for 90? Okay, thank you.
Mayor, we do have one more online. Michelle Brown.
Hello, my name is Michelle Brown. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you. Good evening, council and fellow community members. My name is Michelle Brown, and I'm here to speak in support of Kibbe. Just to tell you a bit about myself, I am a parent of a child who attends Pinole Valley. And let me begin by saying that I was extremely hesitant to place him in the West Contra Costa Unified School District because of the lack of rigor, discipline, and concerns for safety within the district. I sent my child to Pinole Valley against my better judgment and have been very impressed by our principal, Kibbe. His tireless work to serve the families of Pinole Valley, while Pinole Valley High School has multiple issues, Kibbe is a beacon of light and hope for this school. I do not say this lightly. I am not easily impressed, yet Kibbe has impressed me with the extreme effort with which he serves not only the Pinole Valley families, but the community at large. When my son has a problem that no one else seems to know how to solve, he goes to Kibbe and Kibbe takes care of it. Kibbe runs from event to support the kids. He lives and breathes for Pinole Valley High School. He communicates with us and for us. I'm absolutely appalled at the school board's 4-1 vote to remove him. I am saddened that they have lost sight of who they serve and are inflicting irreparable harm on our community. And yes, I am now a part of that community. I stand against the school board's decision and I stand with Kibbe. I hope he fights this tooth and nail and is reinstated and continues his legacy at Pinole Valley High School. We need him. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think we have one more speaker, Irma Rupert.
And we also have 2 more online.
Okay.
Good evening. Mayor, and I'm a little late on this one, January 16th, there was a proclamation for honoring Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. that was just mentioned, was in red. So I'm here to read it. Dr. King came of age in the South during a time when racial discrimination was the law of the land, and Black Americans risked jail time for accessing public accommodations like drinking fountains, parks, restrooms, restaurants, and hotels. Their voting rights were denied by complicated and discriminatory rules. Dr. King imagined a different future for America, an America he called the beloved community, and Dr. Martin Luther King devoted his life to advancing equality, social justice, and opportunity for all, and challenged all Americans to participate in the never-ending work of building a more perfect union. His bold leadership and eloquence united people of all backgrounds in a noble quest for freedom and basic civil rights. Dr. King's teaching can continue to guide and inspire us in addressing challenges in our communities. And when basic voting rights are under attack in our community, people are being targeted in senseless hate crimes, it's crucial that we carry Dr. King's call to action forward and use our moral authority to stand up for what's right. And Dr. King's Service Day is also a federal holiday commemorated as a National Day of Service, and Americans to give back to their communities on the holiday and make an ongoing commitment to service throughout the year. Mayor, this wasn't read, so I'm reading it because I also think that Cesar Chavez, two American heroes, should never be forgotten. We should live through their lives. They gave up their lives for all of us, and I think we need to always remember the rights that were given to us. And secondly, I'd like to say about Principal Kibbe, I think there's a place for this. I think teach the kids that if something happens, there's a place for this, procedures and rules. I'm not gonna stand here and disagree or agree with the trustees, the boards, their elected officials. I think Kibbe has a place to take this, but I don't think this is a place to do it in. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to make the last two online, the last ones in this public comment period, and then there is a place later in the agenda for public comment.
Okay. Next, we have a telephone caller, last four numbers, 3901. Can you please state your name, full name for the record?
Certainly. This is Frankie Martinez.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and folks attending the City Council meeting this evening. I just wanted to remind everybody that when somebody elects to leave a position or they've been asked to leave a position, there are federal, there are state guidelines and policies that must be adhered to before there's any type of a separation. And so knowing Kibbe and the respect for Kibbe that all of us have, we must be extremely respectful of the individuals that had to make a choice to make changes. And that cannot and should not be discounted by anyone at all. This is way too important of an issue to ensure that our kids are getting the proper education. So if there have been decisions that have been made, I have to trust the respected individuals that we've put in place and elected in place to protect our kids and ensure the best quality education for them. And so I stand with them in that if decisions have been made, there's a lot of information that I don't have that other folks don't have. So let's be careful about any comments that we're making, whether they be negative or positive one way or another, folks. There are legal processes here too, and it's not my place. It's not City Council's place. This is under the jurisdiction of the Unified School District. It falls under their jurisdiction and their jurisdiction only. Thank you for your time, team, and I wish everybody a good evening. Thank you.
And lastly, we have Lisa Alva. Miss Alva, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you, Pinole City Council and Chambers and community for allowing us parents and families of the community to speak on behalf of Kibbe. As the gentleman just spoke about legal and jurisdictional, I'm going to have to speak my mind because I have had children 8 years at Pinole Valley, and Kibbe Kleiman is the best. I mean, listen to the people who are children have been underneath his wing for many, many years. And listen to the voices of the parents. Listen to the cries out of the parents and the children. This is serious. And for this 4-1 vote, and as this gentleman said, jurisdictional, I understand that too. But these people that are behind the board do not know firsthand, Kibbe obviously, and the work that he's done for the community and our students and families. I want to thank you all for listening to each and every parent and child. And we ask that if there's anything you can do to help in this community, Kibbe Kleinman, whom we all deeply love, we appreciate that because he deserves nothing but the best. And if this is a financial decision because of money, well, Kibbe means more to us than any money. They should lose some of their paychecks as far as I'm concerned. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you. That closes out our public comment period for this part of the agenda. We're going to move to presentations, and our presentation is item 7B1, and that's Con Fire. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and fellow council members. All right, just make sure that the presentation's a go. Are you able to see that? Okay. I can see it on my screen, but that doesn't help you.
I think help is on its way.
I trust that. Isn't IT wonderful? All right. Gotcha. Yep, very good. Well, good evening once again, Madam Mayor and council members. For those of you, I believe I've met everybody, but just for the record, Brian Helmick, Deputy Fire Chief of Contra Costa County Fire. I'm here on behalf of Fire Chief Louis Brochard and the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District, and there's been a lot of things here tonight celebrated, which is really nice to hear coming to community-involved meetings and hearing the good things going on with the city of Pinole. But for a fun fact, we are at 1 year of a contract of service between the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District and the city of Pinole. And so there's many things to celebrate there. March 1 was the banner mark for us to be able to begin services. And so tonight, my objective is to provide you an update on the district, just remind you a little bit about who we are, our makeup, and talk about some of our achievements and what it is that we plan to do in the near future, and some opportunities we have coming up for some public education to be able to have the community come to Station 74, and then I'll open up to any questions if you were to have any. So for a little bit of an overview, since we started the contract a year ago, we're now 35 stations. Contra Costa County is 35 stations, which of 2 of those are here within the city of Pinole. We cover 555 square miles, and as you can see, we have a substantial footprint, but it's not so much about the cities outside of Pinole, as the thing that's important is every one of those red marks is an asset and a resource available to Pinole. And so now that we are the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District providing services to your city, not only do you guys support the communities around you, but you have a tremendous amount of support coming in to support the city of Pinole. The bandwidth that we have as a district that serves your city is we have 600 employees to run the whole operation, a little bit over 625 employees. That takes care of everything from our logistics, our finance, our admin, our fire prevention bureau, and 406 of those are firefighters, of which we have 3 on per day at each of your stations. We have 9 people assigned at Station 73 and 74 in Pinole. So you have 6 firefighters and 2 paramedics on every single day out of your stations. One of the nice benefits of having the contract for service with Contra Costa County Fire is that it expands the type of equipment and the specialized rescue resources that you receive automatically as part of your baseline service. So prior to the contract for service, you didn't have air resources. We do have 2 helicopters in a collaboration with REACH to be able to provide not only medical aid, but also for doing recon on fire type activities and other type of rescue operations. Secondarily is we have an exterior hazard abatement, and we have dozers, and also we have boats to be able to serve our area. So we are full service. What we mean by that is we have hazardous materials, we are by air, we are by ground, and we are by water. And so that is something we've been able to support to you as a full service fire district. Since we've come together in our partnership over the past year, we were able to open Station 74, which I know was shuttered for a long period of time, and that was the objective of doing the contract for service, was opening that station and working to make sure it's sustainable, which means it's continuing to stay open year after year. So not only is it fully staffed, but we have also been working to, as you can see on the screen, I know the council hasn't seen it yet, but on the screen, you're going to see the signs on side of the stations, 73 and 74. So Contra Costa County Fire is going to be taking care of that expense. Those are the designs and the mock-ups that just got finalized and approved. And in the very near future, you'll see those on the exterior of the buildings at 73 and also 74. On the very top, it's a piece of equipment that we have ordered that will be stationed most likely at a station 73 right next door. It's called a skeeter unit. It's a vegetation wildland piece of equipment, a Type 6 we call it, to be able to mitigate fires in the wildland. And so that is a resource that has been ordered, and it's going to be housed right out of Station 73. And as I stated, as of us being a full service organization, is we're trying to also improve the way we interface with your community development department, the way that we process plans. And Contra Costa County Fire of recent is we're working to go purely electronic, which means that people can send in plans to us. We work on permitting processes remotely, obviously provide that in service if people need to come in and work with us, but we're trying to elevate the way of which we provide that, and we've been successful in doing that at Contra Costa County Fire, and that obviously in turn provides benefit to your citizens. Also, since we've come together, is that we're 18 months since the annexation with Eastern Contra Costa, and why is that important? One of the things that's interesting, and although we're thinking about Eastern Contra Costa, which is everything east of Antioch, is surprisingly, Eastern Contra Costa and the resource drain that agency previously had because of the lack of stations it had prior to annexation into Confire. We've added additional 2 engine companies out there, which minimized the units from Antioch, Concord, and Walnut Creek in turn going to the east. And then that would impact the city of Pinole, even out to Richmond. We would have resources from Richmond responding to East Contra Costa. So since the annexation, we've been able to stabilize that situation. There's now paramedics at all of our stations. We've been able to add 2 engine companies in the last 18 months, and we're working on adding a 3rd. And again, it's important, that benefits Pinole. So the stronger the whole system is, the stronger the city of Pinole is. Secondarily is we have a hand crew that's fully staffed the entire calendar year, which means that we have a hand crew that during the summer months, they respond and do hand crew work to respond to fires. But I think what's equally important is a dose of prevention goes a long way, right? And so they're working around the clock on the winter months of doing hazard mitigation, fuel reduction projects and plans, and we prioritize that through our community, and we've had benefit here within Pinole. We are fully staffed, which I know one would assume, but that's not the norm throughout the state. Minimum staffing is hard to achieve from paramedics to firefighters. As I stated, we have 406. But not only are you fully staffed within Pinole and your fire stations, but we as Contra Costa County Fire are fully staffed. March of each year, we have an attrition that occurs, and we're fully prepared for that. We have an academy that's in place right now to handle this year's attrition, and we are sitting in a good spot. The last 2 pieces I want to hit on, some things that we've done since the contract went into effect, is EMS services are very challenging just throughout the state. To be able to have good response times, working with the hospital on what we call wall times, getting the units back and available. And we've been trying to be very creative with the way we deploy and we send out our ambulances. Before, it's always been closest resource, but as you see, a tiered response is we have what's called advanced life support calls and basic life support calls. We now have a tiered response, and our dispatchers go through a triage, or they sort calls out to where we're focusing to be able to have basic life support units handle basic life support calls and trying to block and keep our advanced life support resources available for those types of calls. And so we have been able to be successful, put a tiered ambulance response, which means that you're going to get the resource that you need versus having an advanced life ambulance on a basic life call and then have a delay response. We've been really working to expand and advance that program. The last thing, there's been many other things, but in addition to the companies, I would like to state that health and wellness, and I know that Chief Gang can speak to this across the board, not only for law enforcement, EMS, but also for fire, is something that we've been really working to lean into. It's a national epidemic, something that we're trying to work through. But of recent, we've been able to establish a chaplain program. Confire is his first full-time chaplain. We're working to bring on clinicians, and we just secured a $2.5 million grant through Assemblymember Grayson to establish a peer support pilot program for fire districts in the state, and that's obviously going to be beneficial across the board for the firefighters within your city and throughout Contra Costa County Fire. In regards to the call volume, I think the biggest thing to take away on the call volume is the trends have been steady from what we saw in the very first quarter, which would have been from March until July of last year. Our trends have been very much consistent. What you're looking at is the one-year totals in regards to 2,622 calls. You're averaging within your community, and it's really mutually split. We've seen about a minute and 15-second improvement in the 74 area in response times, which is a minute in response times is tremendous. We have decreased response times from 8 minutes and 24 seconds to about 7 minutes and 16 seconds with the addition of a station. And in emergency response time, that's tremendous numbers. You're finding about, I would say, about 20% of your calls, the resources in Pinole, specifically 73, does respond outside of the community from time to time, but you're also getting double the amount of resources coming into the city on an annual basis versus what we're sending out. And so there's parity. You're actually on the positive end of that side. Over the past year, we've had 5 what we call significant working incidents, which are all listed. We work to attempt when those incidents occur. We obviously work hand in hand with law enforcement. They're a great partner. But I think what we need to know here is that response times are improving. They have consistent, and there's no unusual trends that have been able to be mitigated since the contract went into effect. When it comes down to looking forward, look, wildland threat is a very real issue throughout the state. We do not anticipate that situation, although we have a tremendous amount of preventative measures, is going to substantially improve, which means that all of us on prevention, we need to prepare our homes. We are asking everyone, if you are not part of or been subscribed to the community warning system as defined on the bottom of the slide, that you do so. That is the way we communicate with you if we need to evacuate, repopulate, and or shelter in place. And so those notifications can be sent to your phone, and with technology these days, is an easy access point. We're asking folks again, prepare your properties, try to be engaged. The Contra Costa County Fire Protection District on our website has a tremendous amount of resources to be able to support you and assist you. And we're working within your communities too, and adjacent communities, to try to provide a safer area, but the fire threat is very real. And coming in for a landing before questions, we are going to be starting to advertise in the very near future that we want to celebrate. We want to celebrate the 1-year anniversary of our the contract of the services of partnering with each other to improve fire rescue and EMS services within the city of Pinole. And so on May the 11th, from 10 till 2, we are going to be having an open house, which we're inviting folks out. But from 10 to 11, we are going to be doing a town hall, which is going to be focused on not only celebrating the successes of the partnership that we're in, but we also want to work on preventing, planning, and preparing and educate folks on how we respond to wildland fires. And so you'll have multiple speakers that day. Hopefully the mayor will be able to be there and say a word or two, or the designee thereof. And then we will be available after the fact to have an open house. So we're looking to bring many of those, which I briefly hit on, specialized piece of equipment, to bring some more specialized piece of equipment, have our Fire Prevention Bureau there, be able to be available for any questions that you may have, and really celebrate what it is we're trying to do here. So in closing, before I open to questions, Councilmember Murphy had reached out recently and just asked some questions of the district and of me about what's been going well or otherwise, and not to go through the extensive list or take away any thunder what that's intended for. I think that we're all about transparency and being authentic. I truly appreciate Chief Gang coming in and being able to support the fire district, and I will say that has it been perfect? No. But I will say that any new initiative, what hasn't been perfect is expected. I think we have the expected growing pains of going from a city that has provided those services to going to a district that now serves 12 cities and then unincorporated areas, going from the small town feel to a larger organization. That's very real. But I will tell you that your staff has been great. We coordinate through all the different divisions and their bureaus of your city, and we have been able to work through some very complex, challenging integration issues, and we have not been able not to get through anything as of yet, and I don't foresee that happening. As we look forward downstream, we need to continue to be obviously responsible in regards to how we prepare for future growth of the city and making sure we have adequate resources, and that's something that we will work on and continue to educate and bring in front of you when the time is needed. But again, on behalf of the chief and as being the contract chief for your city, it has been challenging in a positive way, but the benefits have been great. And so I appreciate Chief Gang for his leadership and the rest of your staff working with us and kind of working through this process. But I think we've started a beautiful thing that's going to be bright for many, many years. So that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you for that report. I'm going to start to my right. Do you have any questions?
I only have one question. First of all, thank you for your presentation, and thank you to the agency for just coming quarterly to make these presentations. I know we're celebrating a year, but this is one of, I think, 3 presentations we've had from you, Deputy Chief. So thank you again for just making yourself accessible to us as a council and also to the public. I've heard some great things about folks who were concerned when they called the Pinole Fire Department and they didn't know what to do with that, and they called you all and they had all of their answers or questions answered, and any comments you all take too. I'm sure you're pretty open to those things as well, so thank you again. I wanted to also thank the interim city manager as well for really, as we transition through a tough time last year, you made it a priority to make sure that the relationship between our agency and ConFire was really strong. And I just wanted to commend you as well, because that was something that I think was very important to this council. With any transition, we just heard about it in public comment, there is a lot that drops through the cracks, but I think this was pretty seamless. And so I just want to thank you both for just being great partners and all the staff for making sure that's possible. Last year, my only question was, last year you had mentioned, so I wanted to go back to the slide. I think it's slide, you talked about the 60% EMT calls.
That's correct.
Okay, what slide was that? Can we go back?
I popped it right back up, so I don't have a number.
It's the slide with the data, the city of Pinole response numbers. Thank you, Dan.
Yes.
So over 61% of our calls were EMS related, emergency medical services related. Last year, you made a presentation and you talked about a bill, Assembly Bill 40,
yes,
which was, here to was Assembly Member Freddie Rodriguez's bill to really push and center around just making sure emergency medical response times, and in particular, I believe the response times of the actual centers that people go to were not backed up. Can you give us a brief update about that?
Absolutely. So the Rodriguez bill has been very helpful, and I think it's not only education, but helps us collaborating with the hospitals. Listen, I think the hospital districts are equally challenged in regards to the increase of what's happening in regards to emergency calls and what's happening with their staffing. It's a complex issue. The root issue, just to bring everyone up to speed, is that it's all about what we call wall times. So we respond, we get a patient, we transport them to the hospital. The wall time is the time of which it takes for us to do what we do called transfer care. So it's taking the responsibility and the treatment from the ambulance and transferring that to the hospital. They can provide their treatment, we can get back into service and get back into the system. When we came to you, we were having wall times up to 4 hours. Or greater, which you can imagine it creates a parking lot, no pun intended, and then it just creates a situation where half of our resources are at the hospital. And so, to be clear, is the problem isn't resolved, but it is increasingly getting better. The Rodriguez bill essentially put a requirement on hospitals to have a quicker turnaround time, but obviously the enforcement, the punitive, how does it work? There's some challenges there. So I don't want to misstate that it has improved, but it's still a statewide. This is not a Contra Costa fire issue. This is a statewide EMS issue. I will also tell you at the state level, so you have not only Cal Chiefs, Fire Districts Associations of California, the LIMSAs, and which are the EMS medical authorities at the state and the local levels. They're actively engaged in working with the hospitals and trying to resolve this issue. So although it's not resolved, it is slightly improving. But I think the thing is our communications are improving, right? And that's the beginning of resolution. So
solid.
Hopefully in time.
Yeah, that's great. And thank you again for alarming us of that. I think the council unanimously, the next meeting after that, we did put that on the agenda. So we just, as an offering, those type of things, many of us serve in several different committees, both statewide and nationally. If we can be allies to you, partners to you all in terms of, again, systemic change policies that you all are suggesting, we really want to be supportive in that endeavor. You all are doing a fantastic job. I hear many cities, including ours, say so many great things about Confire, but I also know some of these problems are not just Confire's problems. They are state of California problems. They're the federal government problem. So if there's anything that you all see that you want to uplift to us, continue to do that, whether it's at a presentation like this or it's an action alert you send us via email. It's really helpful for us to know. So just thank you again for amplifying that to us. It allowed us to kind of talk to our assembly member, talk to our state senator, and say, hey, this is a priority for Pinole as well.
So what I'll do, actually, you raise a great recommendation. So there are many times, the county has a legislative platform of which they want to make sure that we obviously advocate for and or defend against in regards to fire protection, things that we do. So anytime I approach, moving forward, anytime I approach them on behalf of the fire chief or something to support and or oppose, I'll float it by the city manager.
That'd be great.
I'll do that moving forward.
And then just my last statement. Love this. I don't know if we have this on Pinole television. Let's make sure we get this there. I see our president of the school board in the back. If we can get this to the school districts as well, we would love to have as many people as possible at our open house. I've been to open houses for fire stations. I believe, I can't remember the number, but it was in El Sobrante. And it's a great event. Young people, I see you in the audience. I know y'all got a lot of things to do. Try to make it on May 11th as well. It's a great way to meet our firefighters, to meet the people making the things happen, but also to suggest things that are important in your community, whether it's extra vegetation that you see and you think will cause a wildfire, or just more information that you can share amongst your peers. Again, thank you for prioritizing this. Interim City Manager Gang, thank you again for working with the agency to make sure this is a priority. I know I've been pushing a lot on this, but thank you. I really am excited to make this happen, so thank you.
Vice Mayor Sasai.
Thank you, Deputy Fire Chief, for your presentation, and thanks for all you do for the community. And I want to echo Councilor Murphy's comments. Thank you, Interim City Manager Gang, for the proactive, ongoing collaboration between Confire and ensuring that we have a seamless transition. So we really appreciate it. I know that you had mentioned just general improvements in response times across the board. Now that we're a year in, almost a year into the contract and seeing this implemented, do you have any specific numbers in terms of non-EMS and EMS response times being improved?
Yeah, so as I stated, I think the medical services and all of your calls overall have dropped approximately, I would say approximately about a minute and 6 seconds. Now understand, I think what is unique, so if you were to break your communities down, you need to remember that 74 didn't have a fire engine within that geographical area. So the savings, the time frame, a majority of those, the improvements are within 74's area. Now, with that said, with 74 being an area, there has been an improvement in 73's area because 73 doesn't have to respond to 74, and when calls came in and you had duplicate calls, they didn't have to respond back the other direction. So you have had a less of an improvement per se, but an improvement in 73's area, but about a minute and 6 seconds in 74's area.
Thank you. No, a minute, 6 seconds is major as a result of staffing up.
That's correct.
And that could be life-saving in a lot of instances.
A couple seconds can be, yeah, absolutely.
On page, let's see, 4 of the presentation, I'm sorry, it's probably not the right number, but there's illustrations about signage.
Yes.
I know there's new signage for station 73 and also 74.
Correct.
Is what's illustrated here the new signage?
That is correct.
So one thing, and just a heads up, in this meeting, we will be possibly looking to adopt a resolution to establish a new city seal. So I just want to put on your radar, but also maybe have staff follow up on that as well.
So what we'll do, we'll coordinate with the city manager to make sure that it's all up to speed. But these are the mock-ups that we have, and it's hot off the press. So we want to share them with you.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Hello. Wanted to respect your engagement there with our staff. It looks like the presentation in the meeting is going well for you. Thank you for the presentation. I have questions about something that you mentioned as additional services now or enhanced services that we have, and whether those services have been applied in or used in Pinole in this past year versus contract year. Enhanced services related to responses having to do with air and water equipment or?
Yeah, so the air, I want to be very specific and clear. I know that we've used it for reconnaissance, but in regards to medical aids, in regards to landing and flying, I don't know the answer to that. In regards to the water, one of the things that we need, and especially in the remote areas, is the utilization of water tenders. And water tenders are really, they're pieces of equipment that have 3,000 gallons of water in it. It's a portable hydrant, essentially. And so that is one of the resources that we have been providing to this area specifically. So not only do you have the air resources of recon, medical when needed, but mostly it's been if you're talking about water, it's going to be the utilization of our pool of water tenders to this community.
Thank you. Tell me what reconnaissance means.
Reconnaissance means that we will send out, so for example, if there's a potential fire out in the wildland areas, we can send a helicopter out and they can recon that area or size that area up and get there and be able to tell us what is going on. Furthermore, they have heat detection systems to be able to tell us, where it's burning, where the heat signatures are, and then we can collaborate and be able to work with each other on those components. So they get areas quick, and it's the aerial view, right? So to be able to see something from the top down, especially what is the direction, what's the wind, what are the structures out ahead. If you were to think to being in a vehicle versus being in a helicopter, it's a different vantage point. So we call it the eyes in the sky. So it just gives us a good vantage point, and it's reconnaissance of what's going on within that area.
Okay.
Good question.
In my field, it's an assessment of the situation.
It is an assessment.
Thank you.
An aerial assessment.
Thank you. Tell me more about the advanced life support versus basic life support.
Sure.
As a caller to emergency services, I imagine it's a call to 911.
That's correct.
Dispatch occurs where? Where is that dispatch center?
Great question.
And then, as well, what are some key pointers that you can give the public so that, public person doesn't know whether it's an advanced life support requirement or a basic life support requirement. So what can help you as the professionals hearing from the caller so that the right effort is made?
That's great. Well, I think the first thing everyone needs to know is you don't need to distinguish exactly if you have an advanced level emergency or a basic level emergency. We will help you define that. And so I think the first thing to do is when and if you have an emergency is to remain as calm as possible. It's an emergency event. Obviously, it's hard to stay calm. But being able to clearly try to articulate and say where you are and what is happening and what you need. So do you feel safe? Are you threatened? What is happening? So we know if we need to get law enforcement there, we will. Is it fire? Is it rescue? Is it the need of an ambulance or a combination thereof? So where are you? What do you need and what's happening? What you're going to recognize quickly is your calls when they get picked up via cell phone or a landline or regular telephone. They'll end up in Pleasant Hill at the Regional Dispatch Center. The Regional Dispatch Center will walk you through a list. They'll ask you some basic questions and it'll continue to escalate. And as they're asking you questions, they're not delaying a response. They're dispatching in the background to whatever they're hearing you say. And if it expands, they'll continue to increase. And then they'll get to a point to where as they're trying to send you help and gather information and get it to us, the emergency responders, they're gonna also, if you're willing and or able, to tell you to start taking steps to either vacate a location or giving you techniques if someone's not breathing or if their heart's not beating or whatever your situation is, they're gonna try to provide some self-care. And so we will, through that communication process, identify very systematically if you're having a basic emergency or an advanced emergency. They're very, very strategic and calculated on their questions. And then we send the appropriate responses, and then once they arrive at scene, they obviously reevaluate what we have. So calling 911 as soon as possible, getting us on the road is probably the most important thing, and trying to remain calm and explaining to us and painting a picture of what you have in front of you so we can help you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Stay safe and keep doing all that good work.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Tave.
Chief, just wanted to say thank you for coming out, and a couple things. Want to encourage everybody in the audience to come to the event, and also consider a career in fire protection. Might be a good place to get some questions answered. You mentioned staff.
Yes.
And attrition.
Yeah.
And we mentioned it twice with the hospitals, and we mentioned it again with the emergency services in fire. Because we don't have a hospital close, what hospitals are we getting to, and how is that compounding the wall time that you mentioned?
Yeah, so it all really depends. It depends on the nature of your emergency, going back to what we stated. You can be going out of county, you can be going to John Muir, you can be going to Martinez. If you have a burn injury, you're going to be going to UC Davis by air and or to Stanford. If you have a traumatic injury, you're going to be going by air to John Muir Medical Center in Walnut Creek. So Martinez and or Concord, the John Muir facilities, and or going into Alameda, it all depends on the nature of your emergency, right? So when we arrive at scene, we triage, we contact base to figure out where we're going to go. And the bottom line is, depending upon if you're having a stroke, to a cardiac, to a burn, to a traumatic event, you're going to the nearest facility for that skill set. So it's not just one facility, because different facilities have different specialties. Children's, for example, for our pediatrics, right? And also for burns, UC Davis, but all traumatic and medical related, we want to get children's to children. But sometimes we need to get into a near facility to secure an airway and provide them immediate care, then we'll transport them. So it really just depends on the nature of your emergency.
And do the hospitals all coordinate?
For sure.
Oh, okay, so
Absolutely.
it's not something, but I guess the transfer of care would be, from one hospital to the next, and could.
So, I mean, for example, we have what's called multi-casualty type incidents, to where, and that doesn't mean that we have multiple fatalities, although we may. or casualties. But we will have, 6 or 7 or 8 patients in an accident. So we will do what is called an MCI pre-alert, and it alerts all of the hospitals, and they tell us how many beds and available for the category of patients that we have. And then, so we have people at scene coordinating as they're packaging, saying, okay, nearest, the most urgent one's gonna go here, 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 and here, and we all collaborate. So, again, the wall times, it's not all the time, right? When the system gets pegged, our resources are low, and the hospitals are busy, that's what impacts us too, right? So the system ebbs and flows.
Got it.
It fluctuates.
I think we've talked about hospitals for quite some time in this area. I think since I got on council, I remember us talking about it, and I just want to encourage my colleagues in the community. I think it does matter, but I think the most important thing that this contract has offered is that we can get to you, stabilize you, and then run through the play on getting you care. And I think that was a major concern for the community with having 74 closed. So I just want to thank you and the district again for the work that you're doing. Chief, again, I'll echo it. I think for the fourth time, that the collaboration between the two agencies has been great. And I think that we spent a lot of time analyzing this. And I think that's part of it on why this is working well. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tave. And I wanted to thank you again, Chief. I have a question regarding Assembly Bill 40 to reduce the wall times. That's been implemented for several months or almost a year?
It's hard. What has it been? I think it was October-ish, September?
Okay. Okay.
Yes, that's correct. I mean, when it was approved, but then it went into effect, January 1?
Okay, and then I did see that Assemblymember Rodriguez has another bill.
All kinds, yes.
It's called Emergency Medical Services Review Committee.
That's correct.
And one of our colleagues is going to be discussing this on Friday at the Policy Committee.
Interesting.
So I just wanted to remind you that you have a conduit for advocating certain bills, because our Vice Mayor Sasai is on the Policy Committee for League of California Cities, or Cal Cities. And so he'll be hearing about that bill. So if you have any questions or comments or anything, you might want to reach out to him.
Yeah, I think you may be hearing from Chief Hamilton, and yes, so you know who he is. So yeah, so Chief Hamilton is one of the members of the California Fire Chiefs Association. I sit on a legislative task force with him, and I don't think we're too many people removed already. I think we're already talking.
Excellent, excellent. And I think there was one more question on calling 911 from a cell phone.
Yes.
Does it go to Pleasant Hill, to the dispatch, or does it go to CHP?
Well, it all depends. It depends. I mean, your geographical location is going to be hitting you in different areas. They're working on technologies now that we're trying to get wherever you geographically are for it to go to what is the PSAP or the dispatch center in there. But CHP will still transfer. Sometimes things will even get to SO and they'll get transferred. So it really all depends.
Okay, thank you. And then one more statement. I understand that CAL FIRE just came out with some new hazard maps. And
They're in process of doing so.
Yeah, and so I think it would be good for us to take a look at not only the hazard maps, but connect with our city staff and see what we need to do in our safety element or our local hazard mitigation plans or public works or, anything along those lines.
So two of the items of which I didn't bring up, but since you are, that I'll be working with Chief Gang in the future, is not only the East Bay wildfire MOU.
Yes.
That's one piece. And then the second piece will be the severity maps.
Okay.
And so those are in the queue. We're just trying to get those prepared to talk at the staff level, and they'll be coming from the council. So.
Okay, great. And just a suggestion for the open house, if maybe we have a QR code somewhere that will take somebody directly into signing up for community warning system, because
yes,
that's an idea where we can have people.
I think
just
we
do
will
it
have. I
then
think
and there.
our handouts and the things that we'll be passing out there will have just that.
Okay, great. And so with that, I don't have any more questions, but I bet we have some public comments.
We do. Thank you, Mayor. Irma Ruport.
Good evening again, everybody. Thank you, Mayor, and everybody. I was a former Public Safety Committee member here in Pinole, and I just want to thank you all. Thank you, Chief, for this presentation. I know we've been very, very happy for this partnership, as we need to call it, a partnership. And what I'd like to see is also some of the firefighters that came into the city on 74, maybe 73, at least 2 or 3 come a month to the city council, at least 2 or 3 minutes, introduce themselves, what they do, and just to get to know who they are. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because they're new people into the city, and also some of us veterans that I know who they are, and they're wonderful because I met them all. Also, we do have 2 TV stations, 26 and 28. Let's promote our public safety with our fire and our police. Chief, thank you for this partnership between the 2 of you, and we couldn't have it any better than this, police and fire in the same city. We need to be proud of both of them, because that's what they do, and try to assist in the best that they can do, because without us, we're nothing. Without them, we're nothing. So let's all be the kind of community we wish to be, and to all be better people for that. And the other thing is on the signs on the fire stations, when we can report some of these events happening. I know last year the event that happened here in Pinole, it was poorly attended, because there were other events going on. Let's try not to do conflict. If there's other things scheduled for that day, 11th, let's call it off and say, hey, pick another day. Especially city staff, let's get on the ball and put these flyers out as much as possible. And also, one more thing, talking about CAL FIRE Santa Clara unit neighbors came into next door this week. They joined our next door neighbors. And I made a comment there about our opening Station 74. They sent me a message and said, invite us to come join us. So how better can we be than everybody be here for the betterment of all of us and to be safe? So I just want to make sure that we all just be better and safe for each other, and make sure that we use every avenue of communication, publication, TV, whatever we can, because we're all in this together and staying safe. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any more public comments?
Yes, we have one online telephone caller. Last 4 numbers, 5748.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Anthony, a longtime citizen of Pinole Valley, a senior citizen, that is, taxpayer. I had a few questions here. First of all, I'd like to thank the Deputy Chief for the program presentation, and maybe he can address a couple of few of these questions. Just on the news today or yesterday, no one mentioned it, but Contra Costa Con Fire, I thought, if I read correctly, they're having a problem with one of their past either deputy fire chiefs or fire chiefs, and that he is being up for certain kinds of past legal charges, whether he was on duty or off duty or whatever. Can you shed any light on how that might affect Chief Bouchard's position, or take away from any of the activities and the good things that the Con Fire group is doing, number one, and on that case? And then secondly, due to the wildfire cautions and things like that, we had an issue going on for several years, and I have to revert back to Fire Chief Coons, and I don't know if Fire Chief Hamilton knows Fire Chief Coons. That was one of our good fire chiefs in the city of Pinole, and he's since left or retired. But when he was there with past city manager, Michelle Fitzer, and past Public Works Director, Tamara Miller. They all seemed to agree at a city council meeting that they were going to repair that fire trail out there on behind Adobe Road, behind Station 74, which is behind the caretaker's
Sir,
house.
you have 45 seconds.
Well, you didn't afford the other people 3 minutes. And Adobe Road Fire Trail 74-16, which is a joint fire trail that they share with the public. It's a dual-use trail. And Chief Coons said they need to repair and fix that, and that the county, the state, and or the city, whether it's FEMA or something, because of a major breach there halfway through the trailhead several years ago, it was never filled in. And Director Manager Dave Henham said they would start doing that and fill it in with backfill dirt from APN Way Senior Center project. And nothing has been said.
Okay, any other comments?
No more comments.
Okay, and I'll just follow up on that. There's a fire road, Adobe Road. It's a dirt road behind 74. And if there's any, potential projects that can come out of that to repair a slide, is something that we should look into. Again, whether or not it's necessary for wildfire access, but it's also a multi-use trail as well.
So the multi-use, if you don't mind, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
So no, we have analyzed that repeatedly. That has been something that has come up to us actually pre-contract. From an emergency response perspective, the need is not there. Now, if there's other means for hikers and for recreation or for the city, that's a different discussion. But we can protect that area through alternative means, and it's been pre-planned.
Okay.
So from an emergency response perspective, we think it is not a wise place to invest those funds.
Okay, thank you for that. With that, if there's no other comments, we will thank you for the report and look forward to seeing you and the community on May 11th. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda, we're going to hear a presentation about the 4th of July celebration update by the acting community services director.
Ms. Mayor, can I?
Yes.
Can I offer, I know that we have a lot of people in the audience that might be here for another item. I think it might be, maybe Vice Mayor can help me out.
9C or D?
9D.
9D, in the interest of time and their time, I think most high schoolers, they got homework, gotta get some rest.
They're all shaking
right?
their
And they
head.
all showed up. So in the interest of time, could we potentially maybe go
Sure.
to consent and then?
Let's go ahead and, I'm actually going to request that be pulled from consent. So,
So if we go to consent and then get through that and then
Yeah.
come back to the presentation,
mhm.
I don't know if you need a
Okay,
motion.
is there a motion for consent? I would say 9A, B, and C.
Well, we should
I'm
have public
requesting-
comments first. We should have public comments on the consent.
Public comments.
Okay, let's hear public comments on the consent calendar then.
I'm sorry, I was speaking with a member of the public. So it looks like we're taking items out of order. We're going to consent calendar. And
Yes.
okay, and so I have 15 speaker cards for item 9D.
Okay, so if you can call out 3 at a time.
Thank you. Rafael Menes, Sean Fabia, and Faith Parsons.
And please line up so that we can move through it faster.
Greetings again. I'm assuming I also have comments on 9A, but I'm assuming I should reserve those for later when we get to the rest of the consent calendar, or should I
No,
save them?
all consent calendar items, please.
All right. So with regards to item 9A, and specifically with the minutes for the November 7th meeting, I'd like to reiterate my comments at the last time those minutes came up, I believe it was in mid-December, that I think it would be worthwhile for Councilmember Martinez-Rubin to apologize to Councilmember Murphy for the comments listed on page 35 of the agenda packet related to his ancestry in those minutes. And that's all my comments for item 9A. For item 9D, seems like a good idea. I just wanted to have a brief inquiry as to the costs to PCTV to broadcast the event that will be happening at the high school. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Sorry about the confusion. Hello, I'm Sean Aiden, the secretary of Pinole Club, and I attend Pinole Valley as well. Thank you so much for your time in advance. I would like to bring attention to the agenda item 9D. I'd like to advocate in helping fund Pinole Valley's upcoming AAPI study trip / showcase and our annually held AAPI presentation, where we show pride in the Asian community and support those who feel as if they don't have a spot at our school. If we are given the opportunity with this grant, we would be able to do more than help others, and we can also continue to keep our clubs a hopeful place. We plan on using this fund mainly on our transportation fee. Having our fellow students and club members travel safely is one of our top priorities, as well as having the necessary funds to be able to attend the Asian Art Museum. Where we will go more in depth about our Southern heritage and help the understanding of those who feel that they're still out of place. We feel that those at our school that feel like that belong there. We want to make them like hopeful that they have a place where they can come to. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. And who do we have after that? The next three after?
The next three will be Joseph Lim, Shisam Guri or Gunny, Liani Saicho.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Faith Parsons. I'm a senior attending Pinole Valley High School, a member of Pinole Club, and a founding member of the K-pop Club. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you all. As you know, according to my card, I'll be speaking in favor of Agenda Item 9D. This event is important to our school as the entire student body goes through and watches this event. As students attend this event, they are able to see the different cultures represented within the AAPI community and learn new things about their fellow classmates and possibly even their own culture. The funds going towards this showcase and study trip would be a flourishing opportunity for education. This study trip is an opportunity not only for AAPI students to see museums displaying their culture, but also for students such as myself to learn about the culture of my classmates and my friends around me. With this money, we will be able to fund a bus, food for attendees, and even be able to bring students who aren't able to afford the trip on their own. In many field trips I've been on in my high school years, we were required to get there on our own, including taking BART. In other words, having students and staff pay out of our own pockets to get to our destination. Funds for a bus will greatly help the smoothness of this trip and lessen the stress on both students and staff regarding transportation. Please consider approving this item to not only support our school's event, but also to help strengthen the community of students in both Pinole and throughout our county. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor Toms, and good evening, council members. My name is Joseph Lim, and I teach choir and piano at Pinole Valley High School. This is my 6th year. I stand before you tonight as a proud second-generation Filipino Chinese American, and also as a passionate music educator, close to completing my 19th year. And as I mentioned, this is my 6th year at Pinole Valley High School. I attended College Park High School from 1994 to 1998, and in my freshman year, I was awarded a full tuition scholarship to pay for our spring band tour to the Pacific Basin Music Festival in Hawaii. I had never been to Hawaii. It was an experience that I would never forget, and it's one of the main reasons that I became a music teacher. You see, I have always wanted to pay that gift forward, and that is why I absolutely love to plan and organize study trips for our students at PV. I'm here tonight because I, along with a number of our AAPI students at Pinole Valley, and we are embarking on an exciting initiative. Every May, we celebrate Asian American Pacific Islander, or AAPI, Heritage Month. And it has been our tradition these past few years to organize an AAPI variety show at our school. This show has grown so much that we are actually expanding it to include a full day of events. Normally, it's just been an evening performance. We will even have AAPI clubs from other schools, both in and outside of our school district, visiting us in May. And with the blessing of our generous principal, Kibby Kleiman, we are also adding a study trip to visit the Asian Art Museum, the Fortune Cookie Factory, a dim sum lunch in Chinatown, and perhaps even a stop in SF Japantown. We know that cultural enrichment opportunities like this make a lasting impact on our students and greatly increase the likelihood that they too might one day become teachers and perhaps city officials. They may also be inspired to continue a legacy of giving by being active members in their own communities. Tonight is evidence of that, as I hope you will see. Our motive is simple. We hope that the City of Pinole might consider partnering with our AAPI organizations at Pinole Valley High School to sponsor this event and study trip. Thank you for your time, and thank you, students, for being here. Thank you.
To start, I would like to thank you for this opportunity of using my voice as a senior at Pinole Valley High School, the vice president of our school's choir, and a member of K-pop Club. I would like to advocate for agenda item 9D, funding for the Pinole Valley AAPI Showcase and Study Trip. I will also be speaking on behalf of a senior who could not attend. Yearly AAPI celebration has had a great success at our school to be educated and appreciation for cultures through art forms such as singing, dancing, and so much more. I've personally felt represented from doing a South Asian song and choir for last year's AAPI show. This trip, being on addition to our AAPI celebration this year, would benefit even more students who would like to explore the culture through the arts. Funding would help pay for our bus, our museum tickets, as well as some food expenses, so that students will not have to worry and can prioritize exploring and appreciating AAPI culture during the trip. Not only will funding bring the best out of our school's yearly celebration, it will also help support the students and those who may be a part of the culture or have cultural differences to appreciate it. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Leonie Seychow, and I am a proud Mien American. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm a senior at Pinole Valley High School and have been an active member of several Asian clubs at our school. Today I'm bringing attention to agenda item 9D. I'm here today on behalf of the support in helping us fund the AAPI study trip and festival/showcase. As an Asian American myself, being able to share my own culture and receive back the different cultures from my peers is so important to me. And with the AAPI showcase and study trip, I can do exactly that. These events provide a chance for everyone to learn the historical backgrounds of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. Without your support and help, we might not be able to make this possible, so I ask that you please at least consider giving us a hand in fundraising these events. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next three speakers are Jodea Molina, Georgianne Jimenez, and Malaya Munar.
Hello, I'm Jodea Molina, a senior at Pinole Valley High School. I'm here today to advocate for agenda item 9D, which calls for the funding of upcoming events concerning AAPI, Asian American Pacific Islander Month. AAPI Month creates a spotlight on Asians and Pacific Islanders, allowing us to take pride in ourselves and introduce the world to our culture. In May, there will be multiple events at PVHS, such as a study trip, a festival, and a showcase, all of which are planned and run by members of choir, Pinole Club, and K-pop Club. Due to the lack of funding, though, it'll be a struggle for these events to be to the best of their ability. Receiving funding will help obtain a bus and food for our study trip. The shortage of funds will force students to pay out of their own pockets, which will be a burden toward those who are struggling financially. Additionally, the funding will provide food at the AAPI Festival and help us get materials and clothing needed for cultural dances at the AAPI Showcase. It's always important to educate others of your culture, especially in the United States, where there are people of many races and ethnicities. If we were to get proper funding, this would not only benefit students who want to become more knowledgeable about their own culture, but also help people from other cultures learn about Asia and the Pacific Islands. Thank you.
Hello and good evening. My name is Georgianne Jimenez. I'm a senior and the vice president of K-pop Club from Pinole Valley High School. Today I will be bringing attention to the agenda item 90. But before I start, I'd like to thank you all for giving your time to hear us speak upon our needs regarding the AAPI study trip and festival coming up in May. These are important events for those of Asian and/or Pacific Islander heritage, especially for the underrepresented communities that most people have not been educated about. It gives us an opportunity to learn more about our culture and the history of our race. Not only that, but it will also provide a way to show others the pride that we have in our cultural backgrounds through the dances, stories, songs, and more meaningful performances that will take place at the festival. But in order to make that happen, we do need your help financially to acquire a bus, clothing for the cultural dances, and food. I ask that you please kindly help us so that we can achieve this goal to present our historical backgrounds and share what it means to be us. Thank you again for listening and giving us a chance to speak.
Sorry, hold on. Good evening, Council. My name is Malaya Munai. I'm a senior at Pinole Valley High School, and I'm the president of Pinole Club. Guess what I'm here for? I'm here to speak in favor of 9D. This club has greatly impacted my life and has given me so many opportunities to learn not only about my culture, but about leadership, community, and how to create a safe environment for all the students in Pinole Valley and other schools as well. The purpose of this trip is exactly what all the other people have been saying, is to give people a chance to experience their culture through this trip by going to Japantown, going to Chinatown, and also going to the Asian Art Museum and all these other amazing places. The main use of these funds would be to help fund for a bus in order to help all of these students go. We actually had 150 students interested in going on this field trip, but we sadly had to reject about 100 students because we could only take 50 due to our funding limits, which is about 33% of them. This entire field trip, this trip has been looked forward to by a bunch of people. With the help of these funds, we'd be able to get a bus and able to see all of those students as well as 6 staff members. We're also using these funds not only just for a bus, but also 2 other events as well. There's the AAPI Festival and AAPI Showcase, which Pinole Valley is doing this year in order to celebrate all of the culture and history within our school. With the festival, we'll be inviting all of the schools, not only in West Contra Costa District, but also other schools within the Bay Area to all come together and celebrate everyone's culture in a different way. And we have different people coming from UC Berkeley, UC Davis, from Richmond, from Antioch, all these other places to come together. So these funds would be greatly used and appreciated by all of these students and help us make a stronger community and connection and bond. Thank you.
Thank you. The next 3 speakers are Marjay Manansala, Kellyanne Lauricio, and Patrick Ignacio.
Good evening, Council. My name is Marjay Manansala, a senior attending Pinole Valley High School. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present to you all. As we bring attention to item 9D, I would like to voice my support in helping fund PV's upcoming AAPI study trip. As co-vice president of Pinole Club, I believe it's crucial to acknowledge and celebrate the diverse cultures that enrich our environment. The AAPI community is an integral part of our school, and it contributes to unique perspectives and experiences that deserve recognition and appreciation. Regarding the budget for our study trip, I'd like to bring up a practical issue: a bus. Bus rentals are pretty expensive, which is way out of our budget or money that we currently have from either donations or fundraisers that our clubs have done to support in renting a bus. Gaining this financial support would guarantee that students get the chance to be a part of this cultural experience. The funding for our AAPI trip is not just about a journey or an event, but also it's about fostering inclusivity and understanding. By supporting this initiative, we're not only providing opportunities for cultural enrichment, but also promoting unity among our students. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Kellyanne Lauricio. I'm a junior at Pinole Valley High School. I'm a secretary at Pinole Club at PVHS. I'll be speaking on behalf of Favor 9D. Standing here, I advocate for more funds for our club events, including an upcoming showcase for our AAPI performances and our AAPI trip. The AAPI trip would need money for bus transport and food. This allows all students and attendees to have a safe and enjoyable trip. I ask you to vote yes for sponsorship. My club and I believe that it is vital to spread not only Filipino culture, but Asian culture to our community. It allows us and others to keep a strong spirit with our identity. We value our culture and want to continue to learn and educate others of our background so we as a school and city could grow together, bringing diversity. Once again, I push you to vote yes for sponsorship. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Ignacio, a senior attending Pinole Valley High School. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present to you all. I would like to bring attention to the agenda item 9D. I would like to voice my support in helping fund Pinole Valley's upcoming AAPI study trip and festival showcase. I'm the co-vice president of Pinole Club at Pinole Valley High School, and the members at the club are dedicated to their Asian community and culture. We have many students who come to learn more about Asian culture every week and are excited to be a part of something. In Pinole Valley, we rarely have any big Asian events, and I say we need more Asian exposure at our school. With the funds, we will have 3 major events: a study trip, a festival, and a showcase. I don't remember our school doing something this big for Asian representation. The idea sounds amazing, but we need your help to make it possible. It's not every day that we are given the opportunity for the Asian community to come together and create something this big and special. Oh, shoot. With the funds, one of the important things we will have access to is a bus for the study trip. This means more people will be able to go, allowing for more community and awareness. And we will be able to travel to more Asian represented places like the Asian Art Museum. This money isn't just so we can have a bus. It's for bringing community, celebrating our culture and Asian representation. The sponsorship funds would also go towards creating an engaging festival at our school where students from all backgrounds can come together to celebrate and learn about AAPI cultures. In conclusion, I urge you to consider the impact of your vote. Your decision today will not only support our AAPI activities, but also contribute to the cultural richness and diversity of our community. Thank you. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next 3 speakers are Brian Bernardo, Isabel Modgill, and Keely Fan. Those are the last 3. And Mayor, we have 1 online.
Good evening. My name is Brian Bernardo, and I'm a senior attending Pinole Valley High, and I'm an officer for our Pinole Club and a member of the choir. Before I begin, I would like to thank you all for the opportunity to be here and speak to you guys. I'd like to bring to your attention Section 9D on the agenda. As a Filipino American, I'm a believer that it is important for our culture to be represented and celebrated. This is an opportunity for many Asian American and Pacific Islanders to feel included in our society, which is why I'm voicing my support in helping fund Pinole Valley's upcoming Asian American Pacific Islanders study trip. Along with the funds for the festival and showcase, the funds would go to a bus that will provide smooth riding and less stress on transportation to all our wanted destinations. It'll also help pay for food. Please consider voting yes and supporting our community. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Isabel Murgil, and I am a senior at Pinole Valley High School. I am a proud Filipino, Indian, and Jewish American, so very multicultural. And I want to bring up the agenda item 9D, and I would like to voice my support for it in helping fund our school's AAPI study trip as well as festival and showcase. As a member of the AAPI community and as well as with my multicultural heritage, it is important to have this funding for these events in order to bring appreciation and recognition of all of our cultures, whether that is from Filipino culture, Indian culture, Chinese, and many more. And as well, these fundings will go, like many others said, to funding the buses, so all of us within our community can attend the study trip and be a part of this. And it is important that we can all be a part of this to be able to learn about our heritage, to learn about our history, and as well for like those who are not a part of our culture. It is important to share it amongst each other and to learn about each and everybody's culture as well. Thank you for your consideration and time.
Hello and good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Keely Fan, and I'm a senior at Pinole Valley High School and a member of K-pop and Pinole Club. I would like to thank you for your time and bring attention to agenda item 9D in favor of it. I'm voicing my support and to help fund Pinole Valley's upcoming study trip and annually held AAPI festival/showcase. The money would go to funding the festival and the study trip and like providing food, decorations, cultural clothing that we could show and cause more exposure to other students and create a connection, you know. Most of us are low-income students, so we would use some of the money for like the bus and just other like festival things. It is an honor to share my culture with my school, and I feel very connected to my fellow students when I get the opportunity to do so. And I think the showcase and study trip will be an amazing way to do that. Thank you.
That concludes the public comment.
Okay, thank you for all of those comments. Are there any comments of council members? Seeing,
on the consent calendar?
On the any consent calendar item.
Should we wait till they're pulled, or just
I
general
think
comments?
it's general comments.
Okay, the general comments.
Okay. You have no comments?
Sure, I'll make my comments.
Yeah.
No, I mean, on item 9D, thanks to my colleagues for having consensus and entertaining this request for a sponsorship. I want to thank the educators that came out here, our students who took time out of their day. You could be doing anything on a Tuesday night, but you're here and waited so patiently, hours to speak on this item. And so it just makes me so proud because these council chambers are usually empty in our meetings, and you all showed up. And it makes me a little bit emotional because when I was your age, I didn't know the power of my voice. I wish I did. But it speaks to your truth, which is your voice matters, and your voice can change culture and lift up your community. And change takes all of us. So that's why it's so important that you'll organize and learn how to make public comment. And so you have made a great impact. This council hears you. And I kindly ask the council to have your aye votes. So thank you.
Okay, yes, Councilmember Tave.
Just want to make a quick comment and kind of echo what Vice Mayor Sasai had mentioned. It's tough to make public comment. It's tough public speaking, but the more you do it, the better you get at it. And as he said, usually this is empty. To see that this can potentially help 56 students have a better experience this year than last is amazing to me. I know that that's something that, a lot of times in the council chambers, it's pretty routine, but this is really an exciting event to help out. And I just want to thank you for coming out. I mean, it is tough, and especially as an elected, trying to hear from everybody. But when you come and go on record, that means next year we have some context, solid context from the minutes and the record to help build this program and keep building for future events to come. So just want to say thank you. And I'm glad we moved this up because I know a lot of you have homework. So we're going to get back. Thanks.
Thank you. I have some comments. I wanted to thank you for coming out. You actually have changed my mind with your public comments, but I want to share with you some concerns that I do have that I had coming into this. We are a city government. We're not a grantor. If we do this, if we make this grant, we can expect to have requests from all of the other clubs, and that's not what we're set up for. We're not set up to make grants for, all of the different, Girl Scouts or different club organizations to do this. But you have changed my mind on this initial item. I do want to caution council that I'm not likely to support any future agenda items like this because we are in a tight budget, very tight budget, and I'd like to see some more fundraising and the use of public transportation. One of the other council members and I serve on Public Transit Authority, and it is safe, and it's a lot cheaper than I think it was, I can't even remember what the cost was. It's about $48 a person, which is what the bus would be. But with this, I will go ahead and support this. But I wanted to put it out there where I do have some concerns about this kind of opening the door for many more requests. So with that, are there any other comments on the consent calendar? Yes, go ahead.
Not having the talent that you have as performers and members of the choir, I want to thank you for coming and having us hear you through public speaking. You did excellent, really, really well. And you kept my attention for certain. And I want to thank Mr. Lim for your guidance of the students and also your dedication as an instructor, music instructor, in developing the youth and their appreciation for culture and their appreciation for music programs. I am curious to know if and perhaps Mr. Lim can comment, whether the school district offered its funding for an event like this. I recall that recently there was an invitation to electeds to participate in a tour of the schools where we got to travel on a chartered bus, and it was maybe a third full, half full. And granted, that may have been the first event of that type, but it was provided by the district to electeds, and I wonder why, if there was an attempt at requesting such mode of transportation for students, what the outcome was if that request was made.
You can come up.
In full transparency, we have not made that explicit request of the district, but we do know that there is no more funding for buses. At least we've been told that is not the case, that buses are no longer available for sports teams. So now they're being forced to use one or two white vans to transport our athletics teams. So I just thought of it as a foregone conclusion that we would not have available to us. We have, as I think it was Malaya that mentioned, we have well over 100 students that wanted to participate in this. So we were faced with some difficult decisions in terms of, how are we going to fund all of this? So yes, we have not explored that avenue.
I appreciate your response. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, with that, is there a motion or any
Sure.
other comments?
Mayor, I will move to approve the consent calendar, which includes 9D, for approval.
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion passes 5-0. So, thank you. I think we would like to see some pictures from the event shared with us. Thank you. Okay, so we are going to jump back to item 7B2.
City Council, city staff, and members of the public. This evening, I will provide an update on the 4th of July celebration. To give some background, the city has explored options to implement a 4th of July celebration since 2019. Due to the pandemic, the plans were put on hold. In 2022, the city organized a 4th of July celebration in collaboration with the city of Hercules. This event, the joint show, was not as successful as we thought. We thought initially that this show would be viewable from the Bayfront and from Fernandez Park, and that did not happen. So in 2023, council directed us to host a show in the city of Pinole. So we explored different we did different site visits. We worked with Pyro Spectacular and Confire to identify a safe and viable location here in Pinole. And after much research and site visits, we determined that there was not a safe and viable location here in Pinole. And staff now have identified a drone show to be the safest option for the 4th of July celebration for 2024. I would like to note that we have contacted numerous vendors, and availability is limited. Most vendors have reached capacity or will reach capacity soon. Next slide, please. Here we go. Next slide. Here we go. Thank you. Based on limited vendor availability and the planning time available, staff is moving forward with an option that we feel is the best option for the community, that would create the next tradition in the community. So here is an event, kind of an outline of the details for the 2024 event. The event will be a family-friendly event at Pinole Valley High School. The event will include pre-event activities, which will include a live band, food trucks, children's activities, and a parade. The event will conclude with a 12-minute drone show. This will be a great opportunity for the community to come together and celebrate the holiday. Next slide. Here is an event map of the proposed event. So city staff visited the location with the principal from Pinole Valley High School, and we identified this would be the best kind of map for the event. So the launch location for the drones would be on the baseball field. The football field would be used for all of the children's activities, the parade, the band, and then the viewing location for the drone show after all of the activities would be the bleachers and the football field. Next slide, please. So this here is an event schedule for the event. So we are proposing the event to start at 6:30. So from 6:30 to 8:30, there will be a live band, food trucks, the children's activities, and then a parade from 8:45 to 9:15. And then the drone show will start at 9:30 once the sun has gone down and it's dark enough for the show. These are some details on the drone show. So Skyrunner will provide a 12-minute customized show, which will include music. It will include 110 drones. It would be visible only to the immediate vicinity, and it could be visible up to a mile away. It just really depends on, the weather and how the conditions are that evening. The drones would fly 150 feet in the air. There would not be any smoke or any fire risk from this show. The vendor will acquire the necessary FAA licenses and permits for this event. In here, there are some examples of drone shows that Skyrunner has done in other cities. They can also do drones that can simulate fireworks show as well. And these are just some more details on the children's activities. There'll be face painting activities, a balloon twisting station, arts and crafts, an entertainer station that will include jugglers, bubble stations, hula hoops, just a lot of activities to keep the children engaged during the event. And here is some information on the community parade. So this will feature, the event will feature a parade, which will be a great opportunity to showcase the local schools, organizations, and groups, just any individuals that would want to participate in that. Pinole Valley High School has also expressed interest in having their marching band and their choir participate in this component. These are some details on the event costs. So the City Council allocated $50,000 for a 4th of July celebration in the fiscal year 23-24 budget. $12,500 was expended for the deposit of the fireworks show from 2023. So there would be $37,500 available to start planning the event this year. The remaining costs would be allocated to the fiscal year 24-25 budget. And total event costs are estimated at $77,000. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that report. I'll start to my left. Councilmember Tave.
Sorry for the change in the presentation, but thank you. Yeah, this looks great. I just was wondering, 12 minutes, is there a way to see kind of what it's going to look like prior to it happening? Or do we have to wait in suspense?
Actually, once we go through with the contract, the vendor will be able to provide, we won't see the full show, but they'll be able to give us kind of an outline of what the show will look like and what it will include.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you for the presentation. So I'm curious about that additional $27,000. If we had $50,000 allocated for a program for 4th of July 2024, some of that $50,000 was already spent last year as deposit. So we have about $50,000 minus that amount, whatever the math is. Someone help me out.
We would have so for this year, we would have $37,500 to start the planning and put the deposits and stuff for the event.
Okay, so where's that $27,000 additional going to go? Am I miscounting here, miscalculating?
So we would,
because in my mind, we're sticking to a $50,000 budget, whether it overlaps fiscal years or not.
Okay, so it would exceed so it would be split between the two budget years. So the remaining that was part of this year, and then the one that would be upcoming for the upcoming fiscal year.
Yes. I see the split. I still don't understand the additional total cost estimated at $77,000. Council had budgeted $50,000 for an event. So somebody help me out if I'm not making myself clear. What I'm seeing is an additional $27,000 cost, which my preference would be, let's set it aside for a PPD unit, for example. Okay, so am I not seeing something here?
I think what you're seeing is that there's 4th of July 2023 is in the 23-24 budget, and there's a remaining $37,500. And this assumes that there would be another $50,000 in the 24-25 budget. Is that
Yes, that is correct.
So you might be able to do it, since there's a fund balance, you might be able to do it for 2024, but for 2025, if we continue to budget only $50,000, then it wouldn't happen, or we'd have to look at something else.
Yes, that is correct.
Or increasing the budget, or whatever. Okay. Okay. Does that make sense?
It will when I review the minutes and what this is playing. So what I'm getting so far, though, is that we increased the budget for a program that's going to be presented this coming 4th of July relative to what was presented 4th of July of 2023.
Yes, I think initially in our planning and when the $50,000 was allocated, costs were estimated a lot lower than it is once we started putting in all the different components and the items for this event. We saw that the budget would exceed the $50,000.
Okay, if you were to identify what components could be decreased or eliminated without eliminating the excitement, enthusiasm, entertainment, et cetera, what would those items be?
A lot of those events, I would have to go back and look at the outline that I have, but a lot of them would be like children's activities, the band. We have a large marketing component as well that we have to include. We plan to send out a postcard with the details of this event, parking. And there's a lot of signage that we will have to order for it. So there's a lot of different components that we originally had not allocated in the budget. I have an outline of kind of how the $77,000 is broken down too. But I don't have that in front of me.
Thank you. I would suggest that we have had an improvement in our communications to the public, and in particular to residents of City of Pinole. Can we not capitalize, take advantage of that, as there has been an increasing audience, in particular in subscribing to the Pulse, which is a very wonderful way of having people know what events are happening, and that promotion and marketing be contained to the means that we have, the channels that we do have, for which we have been doing a great, increasingly better job overall since 2023. So there'd be some reductions there. And then with regard to entertainment for children or a band, would it be at all possible, and have you explored, that there be a band that is made up of city residents? We have wonderful musicians here in the city. It is a matter of coordinating them, identifying them, coordinating them, and rather than having a band that's going to, I don't know what bands cost these days, but there's another way there of reducing costs. If you have made all the attempts at cutting down on that, I really, really would like to see that sticking to closer to a $50,000 budget. $27,000 is a great, great increase for an event that's going to last, what is it? We're talking, how many hours are we talking about?
About a 3-hour event total.
Pardon?
3-hour event.
3-hour
from
event.
Start to finish, 6:30.
Yeah. And again, I'm thinking relative to other more enduring kinds of, not activities, but assets that the city can have. With that additional $25,000 to $27,000. That's not going to only provide something to youth and families, but overall to the city population. Not everyone is going to be attending this event. People do go out of Pinole. I think we're anticipating that people stay in Pinole and enjoy the day, but I know that people will also travel out of the area. Thank you for your efforts here, and that's what I'm seeing. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think City Manager has...
Yeah, through the chair. So thank you for the feedback. A lot of those things were taken into consideration. Certainly the fund balance is something that we wanted to utilize. There is an increased cost when it comes to having a unified event, and we felt really, hearing the feedback over the last couple of years and what we've seen, that a unified event like a car show, like the National Night Out, this could be the flagship community event for our community moving forward. And certainly we would like to try and start a tradition and certainly a legacy for this community as we move forward. Again, fortune favors the bold. We'll try it. If it works, great. If we don't, then we can always shift next year with the new city manager in place, and you can direct him in that way. And we just felt, due to the timing, this was the best way to move forward. Certainly local bands, Green Day wasn't available, and they were a little bit more money than what we're spending, but they're a local band, but they weren't available. But yes, we just we hope that you'll support this idea, and we really do think that the community is going to benefit from this effort that Maria and her staff are putting forward.
I'll move down the line. Any other questions? Yes, Vice Mayor Sasai.
No worries. No, thanks for your presentation. The $12,500 that was expended for the deposit, if that was preventable, that's a lot of money. I mean, we just discussed sponsorship for a fraction of that cost an item ago. But very thankful for I think we had some collaboration with public safety to ensure that this time around we took their concerns seriously and now having a drone event. But it's awesome and looking forward to it. Yeah, thanks.
Councilmember Murphy.
Yeah, first of all, I just want to thank you for your vision and presentation. I think it's wonderful. I really do. I love the idea of us doing something at the Pinole Valley High School. I love the inclusion of the parade. This is just a testament of how government works, but it has been, I think, 3 years since we've talked about a drone show. I'm sorry, Council, but I am just so happy that we are not doing fireworks. I have tried to support that initiative. I'm so excited to do the drone show. So thank you for expending all ideas, of course, because it seemed like we were at least trying to do a fireworks show, but I'm actually really excited for our community to do something different. I do want to speak to something that I think is very important, and it actually it's relevant to the presentation, but not really a characterization of the amazingness of this presentation. But I have really struggled with this, and I just wanted to share this with the community. 4th of July is a very bittersweet holiday. I think many of us are very excited about supporting what is considered Independence Day for America. And also, as I look around the room, I think about who was actually free on the 4th of July. Certainly most of this council would not have been free. And so I just wanted to say that both as a concern, but also as an opportunity for us to think about what type of programming moving forward we really want to invest in that means something to everyone or as many people as possible in our community. So Ms. Picasso, you have done a wonderful job at making some of the challenges I see in 4th of July in that we are not all free, finding a way for our community to kind of come together and think about what democracy and freedom actually does look like. I hope that we can get that vision in there. One of the challenges I foresee is thinking about ways that we can implement that messaging and that vision into the vision of the 4th of July fireworks, 4th of July parade. I am supportive of any community event that brings us together. Last year we had an amazing Pinole Pride and Juneteenth joint celebration. About 1,500 people came. I think I want to remind folks that Juneteenth was actually the day of the United States in which most of us, if not all of us, were actually free. As we think about investment in community programs, I want to make sure that we have that lens moving forward. Ms. Picasso, that's not to your vision. That is something that the council needs to work with staff on. You provided an excellent vision today and per our directive from the last couple of years. So I don't want that to be a characterization of what you put together, but I want that to be a challenge to the community and to council about what we want to invest in. If we're going to invest $80,000 in something, I want to make sure that it's actually representing to the message of the diversity of Pinole that we have today, and also the recognition that perhaps we have to reconcile some of the injustices and certainly the false narrative of history that have been taught to most of us, including the idea that on 4th of July we were all free. And so I just wanted to speak to that because I want to make sure that as we think about our community services and our development of programs, that we center on that. I will ask in our future agenda items for future to have a presentation about the Juneteenth and Pride celebration. I do want to make sure we have, as I've been told, a really good vision for that, and you all, I think, have already a good one, but I just want the community to be reminded about the success we had last year, who came out. I want to support this. I most likely will support this tonight because you've done so much of an incredible job at putting these pieces together in the midst of a lot of transition in your department, which I really appreciate. But I also want to make sure that that program that we invested in, Juneteenth and Pride, for example, that is the flagship program I see. That's the one I think is really important for us to continue to invest in. Number one, because we actually have a metric and a standard to look at, and that it not only brought news attention to Pinole, it was a safe event. We had a lot of partners in that event. We had a lot of people come to the city of Pinole for specifically that event. But also that event teaches us a little bit about the people who live in this city now. It also celebrates the incorporation of our city holistically. And I think it could be a huge opportunity, again, to continue to map out what it looks like for community programming and services that we really, really want to see make a tremendous difference in this community. So I just wanted to say that to you as a leader of our department right now, as somebody who's been with the city for a long time, you do so much amazing work in the city. I know when we hire a new community services director, you will be that person to really keep an eye on them and remind them about the amazing visions that you have, but also that our council has. So thank you again. And I just, again, wanted to say that I hope the community hears me in that we have an amazing community services department, and programs like this are the opportunity for us to coalesce a wider array of people in Pinole and bring partners together that perhaps weren't together. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. That was very inspiring, and I think you just educated a number of people out there, including people here. So I want to thank you for those comments. It brings me to the thought that, every 2 years we have a planning meeting, a workshop in January. And I think, I'd like to see us moving forward where that be done every year so that we can have those discussions at the beginning of the year. So there's, whether it's budget time or in January of every year where we give direction on some of these events that are coming up so that we know what staff should be working on and, and changing the direction on some of these events. So I'd like to see us do that. I wanted to also say that, it would be helpful to have like the budget on what it looks like. And I wanted to also share with you all that I attended a lighted parade in Martinez around in December. And I bring that up because, it was, the community really came out, and I thought, we should do something like this in Pinole. And I'm seeing that, the parade around the track is sort of that. And that was, for Martinez, that was enough. So if the drone show is cost prohibitive, that's something else to look at. But I wanted to thank you for the report and look forward to hearing more details about this. I think this is just a presentation. You're not asking for any concurrence. So
this is the plan. Just to clarify, Mayor, this is the plan, right? We're moving forward with it. You all don't need anything from council to make this happen.
Through the chair, this is a presentation, and this year with the timing and the situation we're in transition, we're going to move forward with this plan, and then obviously gives that opportunity for all your great comments that you made for us to incorporate that into next year's event, whatever that may be.
Solid. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see where we are. We are on item 8, reports and communications, and that's the mayor's report. I'll make it very brief if I can. I attended the mayor's conference in Martinez, and the speakers there discussed college funding programs, especially around community colleges. The event was held at the community college admin building, so it was really appropriate to have those discussions happen then. I attended via Zoom the West Contra Costa Unified School District Board meeting, and I have met with PVHS parents and teachers during the last week. And I attended the Coffee with the City briefly. And then last weekend, I attended the Civic Well Conference. And that conference really focused on climate change issues, transportation issues, financing issues. So there's definitely some topics, regarding financing transportation as we're going to transition from collecting a gas tax from our drivers into what some other mechanism looks like to help us fund our roads, that we're currently using gas tax revenue to fix our roads, and that's going to transition off. So we need to identify what that looks like and how we'll be able to collect revenue to provide those same services. We do have coming up the State of the City breakfast, and that's on Thursday morning, and there may be tickets available through Bayfront Chamber of Commerce. And then on Friday, I'll be attending in Burbank the Housing, Community, and Economic Development Policy Committee meeting from Cal Cities. Those meetings policy committee meetings are happening Thursday and Friday of this week. So that concludes my report, and I'll move over to Vice Mayor Sasai.
Thank you, Mayor Toms. So on March 7th, also attended the Contra Costa Mayor's Conference in Martinez. Great to hear the presentations there. On the same day in the morning, attended the Nordstrom Rack grand opening. Really great showing out of people along with Mayor Toms, and really excited to see the excitement of folks in Pinole and shoppers in Pinole Vista who are very excited for that new offering here in our city. March 11th had our very last City Seal subcommittee meeting with Councilor Martinez-Rubin. So thank you to Councilor Martinez-Rubin, also to Fiona Epps for all the work we put in this past year to make sure this was a very inclusive process for our community to have input. And as we'll hear a little bit later, very proud of the work that we are putting forward. I want to apologize to my colleagues and staff and public for missing the West Cat Board Directors meeting last week. I was recovering from being ill, but also caring for an ill family member. So appreciate your understanding, and thanks, Mayor Toms, for your summary of that. Lastly, I will be in Burbank this Thursday and Friday to attend and participate in the Cal City's public policy committees on the Public Safety Committee. So very excited to, of course, share our needs and challenges with our leaders statewide, but also learn from our leaders statewide to see what they're doing to combat retail theft in particular, and a barrage of issues that impact our community and our safety for all of our members. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Murphy.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. The too long don't read is go shop at Nordstrom's. I mean, right? Who doesn't want to shop at Nordstrom's? But thank you all for attending that and just making sure we were represented. I've been hearing some great stuff about from our residents about that. So remember that you shopping at Nordstrom's is helping us as an agency grow. Those sales tax dollars mean a lot. So feel free to shop if you are into the Nordstrom's Rack move. So I'm actually just getting back from Washington, D.C. last week. I attended the National League of Cities Conference, what is called their Congressional City Conference. So very, very exciting. National League of Cities is basically very similar to the California League of Cities. It's just a space where local city governments, staff, and the councils and the mayors come together and talk about issues relevant to the federal government as opposed to the state government. But we also end up talking about state government issues. As you can imagine, they all work hand in hand as local governments are impacted by both. What was really exciting was we had direct meetings with our Congress folks. So I was able to meet with Congressman John Garamendi about two prominent issues. I think our council would be excited to, of course, to know that we were talking a little bit about fire services and water issues. First, I wanted to talk through and just say that Congressman John Garamendi is very excited to really work with this council as well as other West Contra Costa County cities around recycled water. Councilmember Tave, I know you've talked a lot about this issue time and time again. And so just thinking about ways that we as a city can kind of move towards that, I know has been a priority of yours. And I certainly heard from the congressman that it's also a priority of his as well. So I'm looking forward to our next wastewater subcommittee meeting in April. Thank you, Director Mishra, who is probably online somewhere, for both prioritizing, scheduling that, and helping us kind of move conversations forward. I also, before leaving DC, was able to join him and some of our city's public works staff as on a tour of the wastewater treatment plant. And it was very, very informative and exciting. So I just want to again thank our staff for allowing me to take that tour and kind of understand more about our water issues in Pinole and the region. And then also, we had a really, really robust conversation about fire services. Of course, we had a wonderful presentation tonight from Contra Costa Fire Protection District, and we continue to think about ways to partner with that agency, but also think about ways that we're funding our fire services. The Congressman's office in the city of Pinole will soon hopefully be working to secure a grant for called the FEMA grant. It's the FEMA Safer Grant Program, which assists local governments and fire departments in staffing and deployment capabilities to respond to emergencies and ensure that communities have adequate protection from fire and fire-related hazards. So we're actually, and thank you again, Interim City Manager Gang, for the conversation. We're hoping to kind of move forward in applying to some of that funding. It's a big pot of funding that really a lot of cities don't take advantage of, but it helps directly, again, small cities like ours with funding for, again, deployment capabilities, our employment, and as, of course, just responding to emergencies. So looking forward to partnering with the Congressman's office to get an application in, and he's very supportive of making sure we get some funding. So great conversations we had. We also lobbied on a bunch of different bills that included things from the federal budget stability. Many of you probably hear in the news about the current appropriations bill. We did take a strong stance to support bipartisan appropriations and consistent year-over-year funding that supports local governments, supporting liability protection for municipal drinking water, wastewater, stormwater utilities, landfills, and solid waste facilities. And as I mentioned before, the FEMA grant that's available is also a part of the legislative package at the federal level. So we did lobby the congressman to support the Fire Grants and Safety Act, which is the bill that allows for that safer grant funding to be accessible. And if it's passed this year, it would basically protect the program through the year of 2030. So again, we're just really not only trying to apply for the funding, but lobby for the bills that make it possible for that funding to be possible for local government. So very exciting to hear that we can kind of move some of that funding forward. I'm sorry to miss the Civic Well Conference. I'm sure Yosemite was amazing. I was not able to attend I attended last year, but it wasn't at Yosemite, so you must have a great time, Mayor. And DC was beautiful too, but in a less green way, more so green financially, but not green environmentally. So again, looking forward to, again, having these conversations, and I will, of course, work with staff to hopefully, package some of this to make sure we get some dollars in and secure some dollars. I wanted to give a brief report back about the West Contra Costa Unified School District's Community Schools and Systems Change Collaborative. Last year, we started a initiative, which was a community school strategy, which transforms a community into a place where educators, local community members, families, and students work together to strengthen the conditions for student learning and healthy development. Last week, we joined many of the West Contra Costa County cities. We did have our trustee and president of the school board, Jamila Smith-Folds, there, as well as our acting community services director, Maria Picasso, and myself there to really think about ways that we can have this kind of all-inclusive vision of what a community school looks like. It's actually a thing that has come to our school district per funding that has been available. So we were able to get a grant to the school district, and now the school district's working with all of our cities to on several different issues, but really two in particular. One is addressing chronic absenteeism. So when students miss school, that means that we get less funding for our school district. And so it's really a community effort to, of course, get people to school and make sure that the programs that we have kind of foster the importance of that. But we also talked about what is going to be a new initiative here, well, not new for all of us, but new in terms of a collaborative approach, which is the PLAYS Initiative. So the PLAYS Initiative is a partnership between the county, West Contra Costa Unified School District, West Contra Costa County Children and Sports Programs, and cities who want to opt into it. The goal of PLAYS will be to increase the usage of the West Contra Costa Unified School District sports facilities by by nonprofit local youth sports groups through a county funding investment towards using our indoor and outdoor sports facilities. So we've actually, in my time on the council, we've had a couple asks from our schools to say, hey, can we use public facilities to, for sports, or how do we kind of have those shared use agreements? Well, this is kind of the community schools approach and systems change collaborative approach to making that possible. Right now, the funding's coming mainly from the county, but we as the city can consider doing the same thing. And in fact, our city has considered doing it in the past. We didn't close out the shared use agreements. So it's something that, again, we can consider back again if we want to come to it. Right now, again, the goal is to really increase those indoor and outdoor facilities, prioritize access to the school facilities based on residency of youth organization members, and most importantly, decrease the rental costs, right? And just make sure we can leverage those opportunities together. So that was our main conversation last week. I want to thank again city staff for just keeping up to date in those meetings. I know that our community services department is really adamant in terms of attending, and of course our president of the school board, Jamila Smith-Folds, for keeping those meetings going. It's a great opportunity for us as a city to have a direct line of communication with the district, but also find ways that we can collaborate with other cities in West Contra Costa to make sure we're kind of having an all-encompassing approach to improving our schools. And just my last two, I wanted to mention, I know residents have been asking for a long time, and you ask and you shall receive. At Bayfront Park, we have a new bench. A lot of residents have been asking about the bench at Bayfront Park. It was really, really outdated and old and had graffiti and drawing marks, and people were starting to build a sculpture out of wood there. But I want to thank our interim city manager and our public works director, Sanjay Mishra, on making sure that the trees that had fallen in that area being removed and those that were grown to be trimmed. And now we actually have a new bench there. So if you go to Bayfront Park and you just want to sit down, I do that occasionally around 3 p.m. I probably shouldn't have said that. That's my peace moment. But again, if you are a resident who heard that and you want to talk, that's an excellent spot to just relax, have a moment to yourself. If you are dealing with a mental health crisis, Bayfront Park is probably one of the best parks we have to just settle in and relax. And we do have a new bench there for you. So for the residents who have been asking about that, don't thank me, thank your interim city manager, and thank your public works director, because that's made possible by them. And again, it's a beautiful new bench for everyone to enjoy and for the public to use. And then last but not least, just wanted to say, city manager search, there is this Saturday a open forum. So if you are looking first of all, we need your voices in the city manager search. It's one of the best ways for you to be heard in this city is to be a part of the decision of who the new city manager is. We are working with the firm Bob Murray and Associates to make sure that we have a very inclusive and dynamic process to engage the community in what the next city manager is. You can, of course, email any council member, but we have these set up specifically so we can pull what you say into a system and we can have that data so that we can use for the long run. It's not just important for now in this election, but the new city manager is also going to be using the data that's being said in the forums and through the survey. They're going to use that to be successful and to have metrics that mean something to them. So if you are in the community, if you're listening to this right now, we really need you this Saturday at the Senior Center from 10 a.m. to 11:30. Make your voice heard. Please invite your neighbors, invite your friends. It's an all-inclusive process, but again, if you can make that, that'd be great. And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Tave.
Okay, on, I believe it was March 14th, we had the WICMA board meeting and had a discussion. I just want to give briefly a couple of the items that came up. We did receive the HWW programs update it was the information, that's the hazardous materials collection, and just kind of getting the ideas of how much waste is actually coming in to recycle more in the organization, Republic Services. We did see the approval for Nothing Wasted Consultancy to assist with the post-collection agreement. So that's something that also, that RFP went out. We had that company come on board. We also had the annual presentation for recycling. So there was a lot of good programs that were being shared. They have a program now where it's Fix It First, which I think was a success just in the region, where if you have something broken, rather than quickly throwing it out, you would take it to this workshop and they would help you fix that item. They also had, the best example I can give is like Play It Again Sports, where you could take like a toy or take something. I think El Cerrito has a really good program that you could go and pick up items that I guess somebody no longer needed, like a small bike or something like that, which I thought was pretty interesting. And I think the board thought it was pretty interesting too, is that, one man's trash is another man's treasure type deal. But I started thinking about it, like I do that with cookbooks, and apparently El Cerrito has like tons of books, like literally tons of books that are, rather than thrown away, go to this program. So just kind of something to think about. I know that a few of the cities that sit on the board were considering maybe setting something like that up. So maybe it's something that we talk about, at a later date, but I just
Can they come to Earth Day?
I
Might be appropriate.
We can ask. We can definitely ask. That's not a problem. Yeah, so it was just a program that I thought was really neat. And I know that the library does something similar too. So it was just like all these different efforts to just try to reduce the amount of waste going to the dump. So that was that one. And then this Friday, the WICTAC board just pretty much has the standard, Richmond Parkway Transportation Phase 2 discussion and community outreach. So we're really trying to understand how that pathway is going to help the region. So they do solicit a lot of public input. So it's an opportunity for somebody to come out and go on record. The total dynamic modeling 2.0, there was kind of a big to-do about the first round that came out, but the director, Tim Hale, came out and gave a really thorough presentation at, it was our last meeting, I believe, on just understanding what that meant and how we're kind of it's a simulation as to where treating traffic as an environmental issue and allowing that to be built into the mitigation measures for larger projects. So the funding can now be capitalized over time, similar that a wetland would be, so they were just kind of weaving that type of policy into into the way we approach transportation is something that we can mitigate over time. And it also unlocks a lot of capital funding that might be there for these type of projects, which I thought was kind of creative. But those are the highlighted items. I don't want to take up too much more time, but I'll leave it there if anybody has any questions.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Thank you, Mayor Toms. So since we last met, I met with Assistant to City Manager, Interim City Manager Fiona Epps, as well as Councilmember Sasai for the ad hoc City Seal committee or subcommittee, where we heard the final designs of our city logo and a city seal as well. And tonight we'll hear more about that process and the outcome and all the community input that was obtained to get various perspectives on what council will be presented tonight by staff. On the 15th, I was part of the city managers, it's a statewide meeting, working group, the city managers sales and tax working group, which is composed largely of city managers throughout California, as well as some electeds. I sit there on that committee as an ex officio member, and I get to vote on the discussions that result. In particular, what this group has been looking at is a definition or an updated definition of what e-commerce constitutes, what it's about, where it occurs, and why that's important to try to obtain consensus on that, at least in that committee, is that committee works with the board of the Cal Cities organization to then recommend in support or in or not support legislation that comes either from the or that is created by Assembly or the State Senate, and that Sales and Tax Working Group has been looking at models of used in different states about what could be possible in California if we were to have any tax reform that would allow more equitable distribution of sales tax, which is not the case right now because there are in different cities, there are circumstances that allow, for example, rebate agreements between businesses and the cities where there are fulfillment centers. Now, the city of Pinole doesn't have such a fulfillment center, but we are impacted by the activity of those fulfillment centers. Take, for example, the different transportation vehicles that come through our city and use our roads. Not only that, but as well contribute to the quality of the air. And so the working group, as well as the Sales and Tax Policy Committee, have been having on their agenda for the past year and a half or so, and will continue to get a bit more specific because composition of those committees changes over the years. We'll attempt to get more specific as to what recommendations they will make to Cal City's board so that in turn state legislators will hear those recommendations so that ultimately there is more equitable distribution of sales tax resulting from e-commerce. On the 21st, I will be joining the Revenue and Taxation Policy Committee in Burbank to discuss some of the discussions previously held by the Sales and Tax Working Group, as well as to hear more on the Irwin bill, which has to do with rebate agreements as they exist now and how they should be reported either to a central agency or by individual cities so that there is more awareness and more transparency about which cities have those rebate agreements. At this time, even though there is a means to have those reported, the enforcement of that or compliance of that is very, very limited. And so it makes it difficult to have discussions that are informed by data, which is lacking for those committee members and as well as legislators to inform the legislation that they create. We will also be hearing a bit on the road usage charges, which up until now, for the most part, our public roads, not our city roads, but our public roads, and as well our city roads actually, are largely made possible through gas tax and other fuel taxes, tax revenues to fund maintenance and repairs. And given the move toward more electrical vehicles on our roads or hybrid vehicles on our roads statewide, electeds are discussing the possibility of having alternative taxes that would then support the continued need for revenues to have available for road maintenance. So we will be hearing from representative from the Department of Transportation to learn more about road usage charges. So that's it from me. Happy spring, everyone, and look forward to our next presentation, which will be about the city logo, et cetera.
Great, thank you. Next item on our agenda is council requests for future agenda items. Does anybody have one? Yes.
Yes, I want to move that council consider a letter of support for Assembly Bill 3259. It's just as a purview, it's a bill by Assemblymember Lori Wilson that allows cities, of course, with voter approval, to increase their sales tax beyond the current cap after gaining, again, approval from the voters.
Okay. Anybody have any objections, or do you need a motion? Motion? I'm in support of that. Yeah.
I'll move.
Motion, I'll second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, and hopefully Cal Cities will have a sample letter.
I think they do, and I just have one more too, which is very similar, but I just don't have the number, but there's also a bill that would ban, from Assemblymember Alex Lee, that I'd love for council to consider, that would ban corporations from buying single-family homes. Would love for the council to consider a letter, AB 2584, that would be a letter of support as well for consideration at a future meeting.
Okay, that's a motion.
Yes,
And I'll
happy to-
second. Oh, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That was 5-0. Councilmember Sasai.
Thanks. My first request is that the Municipal Code Update Subcommittee discuss the requirements under Senate Bill 1194, and for the subcommittee to make a recommendation to the City Council on ordinance to comply with SB 1194.
Which is?
And SB 1194 is a piece of legislation signed by Governor Newsom that allows local and county jurisdictions to require gender-neutral restrooms in new developments.
Is that a law now, or that's a law?
It is a currently signed bill.
Gotcha. Thank you. I'll support that or second that.
Any discussion or anything? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Okay.
Thank you. The second and final request is a request for a future agenda item for a council level presentation on the ability of the city to prohibit right turns on red lights throughout the city of Pinole, consistent with the California Vehicle Code.
I'll second that.
And that's to discuss it or to support a
The request is for an agenda item for a council level presentation.
presentation? Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion passes. Any other future agenda items? Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
I do have one. I would like to request that the council be in support through the mayor to request to have a letter in support of Principal Kibby Kleiman. The letter would be a request to the West Contra Costa Unified School District Board to place an agenda item before the end of the fiscal year so that they may reconsider their decision to demote Principal Kibby Kleiman. And given his decade-long record of building community in Pinole, supporting students, teachers, and parents, creating programs to elevate youth and their parents, working with nonprofit organizations in Pinole, such as the Rotary Club, Friends of Pinole Creek Watershed, the Pinole Historical Society as examples, and Pinole Council members to create access to the students to be participants in some of these nonprofit programs and nonprofit-sponsored activities, that he be reinstated as principal at Pinole Valley High School. So many of the people we heard today are our constituents, and I think it would be remiss of us not to be in support of having heard their concerns about the effect of a decision that could probably be reconsidered given all the, that was presented tonight. So that is my motion.
Okay, is there a second?
Clarification, if possible. Just
a
the
re-
motion again.
Request that the city council present via our mayor a letter requesting the West Contra Costa Unified School District Board to place an agenda item before the end of the fiscal year so that the board, the West Contra Costa Unified School District Board, may reconsider their decision to demote Principal Kibbe Kleiman. That's the gist of it.
And it's not a letter. It's allowing our mayor to show up to a.
No, it's a letter. As a representative of our council, the letter would be asking the school board to agendize a discussion for reconsideration of their decision about Principal Kibbe Kleiman.
Thank you for clarification.
And Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, have you spoken to Kibbe about that before? I mean, this is an HR issue, so it just seems.
I have not.
You have not?
No, having heard our constituents present tonight,
Okay.
that's where this is coming from. And also knowing the history of this principal across different school boards. You know, he has been here a decade plus. So it's also being aware of all that he has done to build community and support students.
So just to clarify, you're asking us to write a letter of support to the board for the board to discuss his HR case again?
To agendize as whatever the procedure may be, but at least to have another discussion, having heard.
About his HR case?
Having heard all the input presented tonight at this particular venue about the decision that they made with regard to Principal Kibbe Kleiman.
So just to clarify that any one of us can speak individually to any of the board members requesting reconsideration of the closed session item. And this would be a request, sounds to me, it would be a request from the council group.
Yeah.
Rather than individually.
Okay.
So I'll second that. And all those in favor, say aye?
Aye.
Aye. And those opposed?
No.
No.
Okay.
It's a little
That's what I thought.
uncomfortable. Yeah.
All right, so any of the council members are free to
Yeah, I would,
speak directly.
just to the board, I would certainly recommend that. I mean, it just seems a little uncomfortable. I love Kibbe. I've worked with him for a lot of things, including a parade last year that we held. But it just feels a little uncomfortable that we haven't directly spoken to him about that, first of all. And that is, as an executive, what we know is that, you know,
Understood.
your job. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, though.
Sure, yeah, and I was really responding to the input of our constituents, looking at it that way.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I have a request from a constituent that we do a proclamation for Parkinson's Awareness Month in April.
Sure.
Is that a second?
Second, yeah.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So that motion passes and it's April. Okay. Is there public comment on future agenda items?
Just one more, Maria. Oh, I'm so sorry. Councilmember Tate, did you
Yeah, I
have
have a
items?
agenda item as well. I'd like to.
I skipped over you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it happens. I'd like to make a motion to request a presentation from Glideways regarding their transit technology. And with this request, I'd like this to be scheduled the same day that we are going to be discussing the item for regional feasibility study of, I think it's an agendized item that we had previously. Looking at the feasibility study for dynamic personal microtransit systems, I know that this has been something that's happened in other cities, and I just want to have a presentation at the same time we're discussing the feasibility. That way we have a little bit more of an idea of what that technology looks like prior to the discussion.
I think we can request it. It's hard to say whether or not it'll work out on the calendar.
Well, yeah,
The two
so my motion is to have them, if they have to push or move, is so that the council kind of gets the full,
Excellent.
start to finish, life to end of life.
I'll second that.
Okay.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Sorry, you got a long list.
Just small things.
Okay.
I just have, I do have two. Well, one is not actually an agenda item. So I just wanted to, if we can we have a presentation similar to this evening's presentation about the Juneteenth and Pride celebration? Even if it's, I just love having those pre-presentations before the event. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Is that okay with council?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
wonderful.
yes.
And then the next thing I wanted to just check up on, which doesn't have to be an agenda item, but we had a great presentation from Director Mishra a couple of months ago about the new bill that basically allows us to lower speed limits by July 1st. I haven't received an update about that, and I'm being very nuanced because I forgot the bill number, but I think council, many of us remember the presentation about just our ability to lower certain areas' speed limits. If we can just get a memo about where we are with that. I know we had some plans to kind of have a July 1st break. I don't know what we want to call it, lower speed limits on July 1st, which is the day of which we can actually enact that legislation. If we can just have a memo to council about that, that'd be great, just about where we are.
Yeah, that would be great. So that doesn't need to be an agenda item.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Anything else? Okay, Ms. Rupert.
Good evening again. Two things, Mayor, quickly. I'd like an update. We do have a grant writer. Where are they? What are they doing? Are they connecting with the city? Every day I'm reading about grants, county, state, and federal level. They do have deadlines, maybe March or June. Let's fast track that. And maybe have a staff or staff members connect with with a grant writer and have them come on board and let us know what they're doing, because if we're paying for something, might as well get the benefit for it. And secondly, I totally agree. I'm a community services commissioner, and I did bring the events 2 months ago to our director, and I can tell you, Pinole Pride was one of the best ones we had last year. And also because that event did bring a lot of other events together. So I think we need that this year. We shouldn't let it go. Whatever it takes, some of us groups just get together and meet at Fernandez Park. Hey, let's go for it. I think it was a wonder event last year. Let's go for it. Agendize.
Thank you. Any other public comments on, okay.
Yes,
So-
we do have one online.
Yes, go ahead.
Telephone caller, last four numbers, 5748.
Hello.
Good evening.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, my name's Anthony. Just a few housekeeping items first, and then I wanted to revert back to a couple of agenda items, questions. There's a 4 to 5 minute lag now. Somehow got dropped in the beginning half of the program on Pinole TV, and it's very sad that the public has to view the city council meeting and the work they do on TV that comes out 4 to 5 minutes later than what is actually taking place now. And so it's not a good picture, pardon the pun, for the city of Pinole. And then you also should mention the fact that, at the beginning of each public comment section, whether it's agendized or citizens to be heard, you should announce the phone number, because either Pinole TV or somebody there technically, mechanically, can't figure out how to put the phone number and the Zoom ID up on the screen like other cities do, whether it's San Ramon, Vallejo, Santa Rosa, you name it, but not Pinole, and that's a violation of the Brown Act, not giving the public full exposure to access to meetings without announcing the phone number beginning and during the meeting, if not on the Zoom television screen as well. Lastly speaking, the presentation by Ms. Picasso regarding the fireworks show, is there going to be more discussion on that? As I think there should be, with public comment and the public outcry from previous years, with the breakdown of specifically the fiscally budget that was used in 2022, that it was approved by the majority of you people, but then you guys overshot the budget. 3 or 4 out of 5 of the councilmen and Mayor Vincent Salini, if he's still listening, gave the fireworks show of give or take $75,000, but the public doesn't know the actual final figure. We'd like
Sir,
to
you
know
have
that
45
so we can
seconds.
budget going forward what it is that we gave to City of Hercules for a bad fireworks show, following up a $12,500 deficit the following year that you people gave because of an administration snafu, and we should stick to the budget of $50,000. So we should sharpen our pencils, and I request that you do your due diligence and be fiscally and civically responsible to the community of Pinole to better manage the show. Maybe less is best. We don't need a rock and roll band. We can use the city of Pinole Valley High School band and the music department, and we could get a different kind of drone show for 12 minutes other than one that's going to cost us near $70,000. What about all the overtime?
Thank you, Mr. Vosbrink. Okay, any other public comments?
No more public comments.
Okay. We will move to city manager report and department staff report.
Thank you very much. I appreciate everybody's time, and I'll be brief. Just to go back to the Pride and Juneteenth event is well underway. It's in the planning stages, and we'll come back with a presentation, so solidify a little bit more information of what exactly we're going to see. So I do want to mention the Easter egg hunt from this weekend. Successful event, a largest crowd to date. Staff estimates about 1,000 participants were there. Egg hunt included over 5,000 eggs and a variety of activities. They offered cookie cutting, decorating, arts and crafts, face painting, and photos with the bunny. The event also included local organizations and food vendors. We also like to thank the volunteers from St. Joseph's, PVHS Interact Club, the Bayfront Chamber of Commerce for supporting the event. It was a great event. So appreciate the community who came out, and very great job for our our acting community service director, Maria Picasso, and her staff did a great job. I want to thank our assistant to the city manager, Fiona Epps. Our new app is up and running. That's available to download. So we hope everybody takes advantage of that. We're excited about that, and Fiona put a lot of effort into that, and we're excited about the launch of that. I think one of the council members mentioned the city manager recruitment. I'll just touch on that for a moment. They're doing the finishing touches on the recruitment brochure, and then that will be advertised and open. Monday, they had a virtual listening session. I believe there was 3 members. I think some of them are here that met with the executive recruiting team and got to hear some feedback. So that's super helpful, and it will help us move forward with looking for the right person for this position. And then again, the live listening session that council member Murphy brought up, which is at the Senior Center, and that's Saturday, the 23rd, from 10:30 to 11:30. I do want to mention that our Community Services Director recruitment is also underway. We're very pleased and blessed. We had 30 applications that applied, very competitive process. We brought 10 to interviews, and they had internal and also external subject matter experts that interviewed them throughout the day. It was a very lengthy day, and we had some great participation. Final interviews will be this Thursday. I'll be holding them with our HR director, Stacy Schell, and we'll be moving fairly quickly when it comes to a selection process with that. So we're excited about that and getting that person as part of our team. The PD will be hosting a bike rodeo for the kids on April 27th. We'll have to wait just a little bit, waiting on location, and maybe at Collins or St. Joseph's. We're solidifying that, but we'll put something out on social media by the close of the business this week, so our community members know where that's at. There'll be 2 separate classifications, so it won't be the young kids with the older kids, but there'll be a toddler and training wheel section, and then up to 12 years old also, and they'll split those into 2 age groups depending on the attendees when they arrive. Then we're also looking for service-minded individuals who want to join the police department family as a dispatcher. We're now accepting applications for some pending retirements that are coming up. It'll be on the city's website and also the PD Facebook platform that will lead you to NeoGov to be able to apply and go through that process. We're excited about that. There was some great feedback about some park rules from one of our community members this weekend, and we did some research. We found out that some of the park rules were not updated on the website, so that's now been updated. And I do have to say that with weather changing, we encourage everybody to use our parks, but use them safely and responsibly. Outside barbecues that are not in place are not permitted. So those will be updated on our signs, and also the website will have the new park rules. And again, we're going to update the park rules on the website, and also new signage will be updated. We have to look into expense and see what that's going to cost us. And then I do have to mention that tonight, when I'm finished, you'll have a presentation on the city logo, the great work that Fiona Epps did on that. I have to mention this because this came up a couple times. This scope of work did not include any rebranding for the police department at this time. That would be an independent project that would be led by the incoming police chief to allow for new leadership, to have input and buy-in, and certainly there'll be some community engagement portion of that as well. But I do want to reiterate to the community that that is not part of the process or the presentation you'll see tonight. And then last but not least, we always have our special appearance by Director Mishra, but I am going to be standing in, so change your programs. I'll be sitting in for him tonight to give the Public Works Operations and Maintenance update. Operations and Maintenance team addressed over 315 requests in the last month. This is from February 17th to the 16th of March. Out of these service requests, 135 requests for roads, 42 requests for facilities, and 119 requests for parks. The Public Works crew filled potholes at 107 locations in 1 month. These potholes were the APN Way, Pinole Valley Road, San Pablo Avenue, Tenet, and some other areas. And then Public Works staff attended to 9 emergency callouts. So a lot of work this last month, and they've been really working hard to keep our roads as safe as possible. And I think that will end my report. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. I'll move to City Attorney report.
Thank you, Mayor Toms. Nothing to report at this time.
Okay, thank you. We will move on to item number 10. Public hearings, we have none. So then we're going to move to old business. And we have item 11A, which is adopt a resolution to establish the new city seal logo and branding guidelines. And the action is to adopt a resolution per staff recommendation. And we have Fiona Epps with us.
Can you hear me now? Oh.
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, colleagues, and neighbors. Give me one moment while I share my screen. Okay. Okay. My name is Fiona Epps. I'm the assistant to the city manager, and I'll be presenting to you the city seal, logo, and branding guidelines for the city of Pinole with Trepepi Smith and Associates. And I just wanted to point out that the presentation was done with the branding guidelines that are in your packets. So our recommendation today, we have a strong brand and draft city seal and logo direction that has been informed by the community. And today staff asks that City Council adopt a resolution to establish a new city seal, logo, and branding guidelines. So over the past 11 months, it was about a year ago on March 21st, 2023, that City Council had approved the formation of the City Seal Ad Hoc Subcommittee. And since then, the City Seal Ad Hoc Subcommittee has worked very closely with staff to gather input from the community about ideas, symbols, and even colors that to determine a conceptual direction for the new logo and city seal. And so we put out a total of 4 surveys. We received 436 responses, and we attended 2 pop-up events and speaking with the community and gathering ideas. And these are the methods of outreach that were used. Digital surveys went out through our usual communication channels. And in addition, we had the 2 pop-up events of National Night Out and Summer Craft Fair that were attended. And we use a dot board for the public to vote on their favorite logo design. Staff also facilitated 2 meetings with the members of the Confederated Villages of Lisjan Nation to hear their feedback and ideas as well. And we discussed ways to show Ohlone presence and future, not just history, in the logo design. And most recently, an internal survey was distributed to city staff to determine the final city seal design, which was developed internally using the initial feedback provided by the public and direction from the City Seal Ad Hoc Subcommittee. So we analyzed survey results, and then we passed on those key themes identified by the community to Trepepi Smith. But I wanted to share with you some of the responses that we received from our surveys. So we asked an important question, which was to list 1 or more symbols or colors that you think represent Pinole. So some of the ones that stood out to us were creek, diversity, blue and green. Earth and bay was a common theme. Hills, bay, trees, and birds. Blue for the bay water, yellow-orange for the sunsets, and green for the hills and trees. Heart, because that is what Pinole has. Cattails, creek, bay. Perhaps use a symbol from the specific Ohlone tribe was a suggestion, and also Pinole, the roasted ground maize, which is where our town got its name from. And here are some responses from another survey question. List 1 or more words you think describe Pinole, and so a lot of people answered a lot of great things, but these were some of the ones that really stuck out to us. Beautiful, safe, clean, connected to nature, quiet, historic, hopeful, peaceful, friendly, diverse, a historic town which embraces the future, heart, culture, community, rejuvenation, pride, quaint small town, nestled in the valley, and a hidden gem down to earth. And diverse came up several times in the survey responses as well. So, as I mentioned before, we took those survey responses and we passed on the key themes to Trepepi Smith, who will now talk to you about the city logo and that process. I have Kevin Bostwick, he was the creative director of Trepepi Smith, and Karen Villasenor, who is with Trepepi Smith as well.
Thanks, Fiona, and thanks, Mayor Toms, and thank you, Council. So I have the privilege of walking through some of the elements that have been identified as resonating for Pinole and have gone into the creation of the logo and brand that we are putting before you. And we can just jump right in. So one of the dynamic elements is this blue wave that represents water and reflects movement. It obviously also talks about the bay and speaks to the creek that runs down into the bay. And that specific triangle pattern there, that is inspired by Ohlone basketry. The Confederated Villages of Lisjan shared some imagery of some basketry that featured a lot of that kind of geometric patterns. Next slide. And the basketry theme also is in this ring here. The circle more generally symbolizes community, and specifically also one of the things we heard was that Pinole was it was almost like a portal into a great place to live. People said that the showing up in Pinole, coming home to Pinole just took that calmness and tranquility and sense of community, and this circle reflects that. The basket edging there also is inspired by Ohlone basketry, and in general, baskets are positive symbols and reflect interconnectedness between generations and other kinds of plenty. Next slide. The hawk represents vision and opportunity and stewardship of the land. It is also one of the symbols that the Confederated Villages of Lisjan pointed out to us as resonating for them as well. The oak trees, obviously native, and produce the acorns and are a big part of how Pinole got its name. The rolling hills are very characteristic, and the bay can be seen there in the background as well. And finally, the golden sun represents warmth and friendliness. And as Fiona mentioned, that the sunsets in Pinole are something that everybody knows about. So you can see how this all comes together into this iconic image that reflects a lot of the different parts of Pinole, and specifically a lot of the input that we received from the community.
I just wanted to add on for some historical context for that image you see on the bottom right-hand corner. That was a drawing of the original 1963 City Seal contest runner-up. It shows a woman grinding pinole in a basket in the sunshine by the bay. So the image is bordered by corn and acorns and oak leaves. So I just wanted to point that out to you guys.
And then the font itself was also something that we went through several iterations until we landed on the one that felt modern and proud enough, that was not overly modernistic, but still looked to the future. The coloring as well, you'd already heard that blues and greens were a big part of what the community pointed out as representative of Pinole. That is not a surprise because this kind of rich blue does represent stability and serenity. So here you can see the logo we're putting in front of you, and as it all comes together. It has the font, it has the icon with all those elements, it has the wave flowing beneath it and creating a sense of movement. And all together is a culmination of, as Fiona pointed out, more than a year of outreach and effort to try to express and mirror the spirit of Pinole. And here you can see some of that logo evolution. Some of you may even remember seeing some of these early iterations at the upper part of the screen. This is by no means everything. These are the ones that were put forward for considerations. There were a lot of eliminations also that are not represented here. And you can get a sense for how this process, by focusing on elements that resonated and winnowing out the ones that didn't, began to narrow down and bring us to where we are today. And I just want to point out that this logo that we're putting in front of you is flexible and will be created into a logo library as part of the brand assets and brand guidelines. So this main color version is not the only way that this logo works. You can see here an example of how it functions in a monochromatic way. You can see how the basket ring icon can function on its own. And this is a big part in modern communications, to be able to have the flexibility for your logo configurations so that they look best as possible in whatever media they're in, be it at the top of a web page or alongside other partner logos, that kind of thing. And alongside the process of creating the logo, the input from the community on a lot of these elements also informs the brand guidelines that you've been submitted. The primary colors are the indigo and green, and we've heard that as well. This additional set of colors, the secondary and tertiary colors, the gold, the bronze, the sky blue, the salmon, Those have been created to work well next to the indigo and green. And a close look at the brand guidelines shows that there's guidance on how to do that to best effect and to maintain consistency and use this palette to really reflect Pinole. So the whole purpose of branding guidelines is to set the boundaries on how to use the branding consistently. And this is important, particularly in civic communications. On the one hand, you are creating a communal identity and fostering local pride by creating that consistent identity that people can recognize. It also is an important part of how a city can achieve its goals of engaging their community, because that recognition also then creates trust in the communications that they are receiving from the city. The colors are, as we said before, a result of community input and some of the colors that are a part of the environment in Pinole. And then finally, a big part is also the typography. We have identified fonts that work well together in both the design sense, but also in a technical sense. So the brand guidelines have design fonts. That's for more graphically designed materials, but we also understand that there's a need for consistency across the day-to-day internal staff materials, and the brand guidelines take that into account with administrative fonts outlined as well. And with that, I can turn it back over to Fiona. Thank you.
So pictured here are the design fonts. The one on top is the primary design font, Ubuntu. You belong here. And the secondary design font is Open Sans with the words welcome home. And these are just examples of taglines so that you can see what those design fonts look like in a large format. And not shown here in this presentation, I wanted to just point out to you on page 113 of your agenda packets, you'll see the administrative fonts. Palatino Linotype is the administrative font. That's primary, and the secondary is Georgia. And so what I wanted to do is I wanted to show some examples showing various ways that the branding can be used with photography. So here are photos of Pinoleans that echo the new logo's symbolism. We have stewardship, opportunity, community, friendliness, vision, interconnectedness, warmth, stability, diversity. And there's some more pictures just for fun. All right, so with that, I'll jump into the city seal, the final draft. So just to give you a very brief overview of the history of our city seal. So in 1963 was when the Pinole Chamber of Commerce held a city seal contest. And then 2 years later, in 1965, City Council adopted a seal, which is that black and white image that you see on this slide. And then in the 1990s, the seal was amended and modernized to what our present day seal is today. So the inspiration for the seal was drawn from Pinole's natural beauty. And I also wanted to point out that these photos were taken by staff. And there's a little arrow in that big image pointing to a hawk that is flying over Pinole. So that's another evidence of the inspiration for the hawk there. So I just wanted to point that out. And that photo was taken by Dave Snell of PCTV with the drone. Great photo. The city seal incorporates symbols and feelings shared by the community in the seal and logo surveys. It uses colors from the branding guidelines and some of the same elements from the city logo design. And the border design elements from the 1965 seal were incorporated into this final draft. And so that is the City of Pinole seal that we are proposing, that we've worked on over the past year. And the new city seal here shows a hawk flying into Pinole Valley through a portal-like entrance. And that was because we wanted to do something more outside the box than a traditional seal, but still stay traditional with having the border. We think that this imagery evokes a calming yet commanding presence. So here is some versions of the city seal that you can see, a couple monochromatic versions to give you an idea of how this seal is also versatile like the logo. And I'll go through and explain the symbolism of the main elements in the seal design. The acorns represent nourishment, legacy, and history. The hawk represents vision, stewardship, and opportunity. The rolling hills and oak trees are characteristic to Pinole. The green ring around the image symbolizes our connection to nature and commitment to the environment. The cattails are a symbol of peace, prosperity, and ecosystem. The fog is a reminder that we are a Bay Area city and a bayfront community. And the flowers that you see there are for beauty and balance. And these are the City Seal examples that were suggested by the City Seal Ad Hoc Subcommittee. And I thought it would be nice to show how our new seal, if adopted, compares to the other seals. Ours is pictured there on the bottom row in the middle. So what is the difference between a city seal and a city logo? So before, Pinole only had a seal, and we were using the seal as a logo and a seal, interchangeably. So now we're presenting to you a logo and a seal separately. A seal is the official emblem of a city, which is traditionally used to validate official documents or decrees. So some examples of that would be like a certificate, proclamation, city agendas, and stationery. The city logo is a modern mark that represents an institution's core identity. And so that is used more promotionally. We will put that on flyers and social media, other promotional materials, swag. Those are some other examples. And so these are just visual examples that you can see of what our logo and seal could be used for and what it might look like. So upon City Council approval, staff will develop a process for the transition to the use of the new city seal, the logo and branding guidelines. We will begin rolling out the new branding the new branding across both digital assets and physical assets. We will develop resources to assist city departments, employees, council, and others to properly deploy the new branding assets. And then if City Council adopts the new city seal, staff will return to council with an ordinance for Chapter 1.02.010 of the Pinole Muni Code that contains an updated image and its description. And that is for the seal specifically. So the fiscal impact. So funding to implement the new seal, logo, and branding guidelines will largely be covered within existing department budgets, especially for digital assets. Staff will prepare estimates for areas of deployments that fall outside of the adopted budgets, such as city vehicle decals and wayfinding signage. And those items would be included as part of a supplemental budget request reviewed with the fiscal year 24-25 in June. And then larger costs. So the seal is in many places around City Hall on the buildings and in the floor, and there's a large mosaic mural in the public safety building. So those are examples of some larger costs that would be considered capital improvement projects and would also be reviewed with fiscal year 24-25 budget or for future budgets. So I will answer questions, hear feedback. Let me know what questions that you might have.
Thank you. Thank you for that report. I'll start to my left. Councilmember Tave.
Just want to say thank you to the committee and the community members that participated in this, and to staff, and the company that helped us here. The questions I have, I mean, this looks presidential. I like it. I mean, I think you guys did a great job. I guess implementation is where, like you mentioned, like I'm thinking about all the art pieces and the history that's attached to those, and how are those going to be handled. And I know that you mentioned that the funding will eventually come, but I guess, is there, you know, in what ways, I guess the rollout plan is really what I'm asking is what does that look like? And I know, is it each department's going to have like a deadline, or how does that work? I mean,
well, we don't have an implementation plan set yet, so I can't answer to the deadlines, but what would happen initially is staff would need to take an inventory of where the seal lives in every nook and cranny of the city hall and around town and all of those things. And then we would really need to begin to categorize, you know, costs, prioritize those things, and see what kind of resources. And it would need to be done very collaboratively across all departments, because we would need to allocate resources in replacing those physical assets, especially. You know, some are much easier to do than others. Ordering stationery, for example, is an easy one to do. It doesn't require a whole, you know, getting an big estimate and making construction plans and that sort of thing. So
like the website, the app, all of that stuff is pretty, I guess it's digital and would just have to get set up. It's just the larger stuff like the seal here and that kind of thing, I think, is where I was like kind of going, is like what that would take. But it sounds like we got to prove it first, then we'll, I guess, get an idea.
Yes,
afterwards. But just want to say thanks. Looks great. It's been a while for this one, and I'm just glad to see it coming together.
Okay, Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
No, thank you. I'm interested in feedback from the council members who were not on the ad hoc. On the ad hoc, we've spent a good deal of time. We're pleased, very pleased with what is being presented here, and appreciate Assistant to City Manager Epps for all her work with us, as well as to Pepe Smith, who listened to the input as well received from the community.
Okay, Councilmember Murphy.
Yeah, I don't think I have questions. I just want to say, like, Ms. Epps, Vice Mayor Sasai, y'all rock this project. Like, Councilmember Martinez Rubin, y'all completely rocked it. It was so fun. First of all, let me just say, last year when we came up with this like vision, there was no way I thought you all would create this magic. Like, this is amazing. And I am so grateful for your vision and for probably what was really hard. It's so hard that I just did not volunteer for the committee. I knew I could not decide to come to a conclusion. This is amazing. It's moving. The pictures you put almost made me cry, because that's what I see when I see Pinole, and I feel like those are the people I represent. You sold this. I don't know if you actually need council to vote on this. This is crazy. Like, I'm just like, I'm taken back. This is amazing. Can you tell me what was the hardest part about this process, especially what was the hardest part for you all in this process, but also what did you find was the most challenging part around the interactions you had with the public around this project, if any?
I don't know if I would call it hard, but, we received, the surveys were really well received. We got a lot of, there was a lot of enthusiasm surrounding people wanting to give ideas, and at the pop-ups, people came up and talked to us about it. And of course, as expected, we did get input from people who did not want to change the seal. So it was just a matter of really talking to them and explaining the reasons why and our process and, what they can expect moving forward. And, it was conversations being had with the public. And so I wouldn't call that really challenging, but I don't, I do have a sense of relief that we've come to a decision because it's, it was a long time coming, but it was very worth it, and we put a lot of work into this, and really, almost with perfection level, we just revised it to every star, every dot, every acorn that's on there was really crafted with love and attention, and Trepepi Smith has been amazing to take our, the input that we provided, and, they've been very patient with doing a lot of revisions for the logo, and just providing their expertise on that. And so, yeah, it was, I'm sorry, did that answer your question?
It totally did. Like I said, I'm still a little shaken up by the amazingness you all have produced. So let me just say, I'm asking these questions mostly because this was such what I felt as a very sensitive project. When we first introduced the item, and we had a lot of people on Nextdoor and in the public saying, don't change the seal, and don't erase history. And actually that brings me to my next question, which is, my support, at least for this initiative, was not to change history, but to really reconcile history. And what I loved about your presentation this evening was that you spoke to the history of our sale. And you clearly, and the committee probably worked very directly to not erase that history. You brought up the Pinole Chamber of Commerce contest. You brought up the kind of renditions of the 1965 seal. And so I'm wondering, as you think about transition, how are you thinking about kind of archiving that history as well? Because I would like for Pinole not to, if this is approved, of course, today, not to totally not see that again. What I'm pointing to behind is the current seal, but to consider a package, maybe working with the city clerk's department, for example, to just showcase that this is important history. And really the purpose of this project, again, my viewpoint was to reconcile, right? And also to really work with our partners to acknowledge the what could be disgraceful history of our current sale. How can we archive? What does that look like? What does the transition process look like for archiving what has been the past and holding that history as important, but not the future, if that makes sense?
Yes, well, there's probably two parts to that. There's the storytelling aspect of it, which on our website as part of the outreach, I did create a web page that has the history of the city seal with the images. You can see the contest runner-ups there, and that was pulled out of an old dusty file that came from the city clerk's office. So they're the master record keepers of the physical assets, but we put it on the website for people to learn and educate themselves about the history and how our city seal came to be. So there's that, and then then there's the physical history, which is I think of that beautiful mosaic that was, I think, a donation from somebody who gave it to us. That's hanging in the public safety building, and that's a piece of art, and it was donated to the city. I think that might have to be another conversation to talk about what to do with those, items that are considered more as art and history and culture. And I don't have an answer for you on what that will look like, but just want to, kind of answer your question the best that I could.
Solid. And then the interim city manager just mentioned that the next step is really engaging perhaps the future police chief and the police department around their seal. Have you all kind of thought about what those you mentioned not having necessarily the implementation plan yet, which I totally I get because we haven't approved this seal. But do you kind of have is the committee going to continue? What is that kind of, have you kind of given thought process on the support to transition the Pinole Police Department seal as well, or logo, I guess, technically?
Well, I have not been given authority to do anything for the police department's city, or for their police department logo. I'm sorry, it's getting late, but you know, and I don't, for the City Seal Ad Hoc Subcommittee, it was an ad hoc subcommittee that was created to perform a task. It's a temporary subcommittee, to my understanding. And so, you know, the council could possibly decide, maybe Eric could speak to this, but the council could possibly decide if they want to establish another subcommittee to tackle the police department's logo, or if that is something that they, you know, could do internally. Because, you know, like I had mentioned before, a logo is really something that represents, it's a modern mark that represents the institution's core identity. And the police department, they have established values that they, you know, can speak to, and that their logo represents for them. So, you know, they could adapt. You know, and their current logo is an adaptation of the city seal. So they could adapt the logo or seal as for their own, but that is something that would be, you know, under the leadership of the police chief, for sure.
Great. Well, thank you so much. I'm just, again, moved by the work you all did. Committee, thank you. Like, this is more than I could imagine, honestly. And it's actually very moving to see in real time. Thank you for your work on this. I know it wasn't easy. I know you had a lot of meetings. I feel like you all reported back every month. So just, again, thank you for your hard work.
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Sasai.
Thank you, Mayor Toms, and thanks for your presentation, Ms. Epps. I had similar questions to Councilor Tave along with transition, implementation, how we move forward with the next steps. But first, I want to thank Councilor Martinez-Rubin for being a great thought partner through the process. Our partner, Trepepi Smith, for bringing the logo to life, and also Fiona Epps, who did an amazing job facilitating our meetings, making sure we met deadlines and bringing it here to the council today. But also, she's being very humble right now, but this city seal is entirely designed by Fiona Epps, entirely. And so beyond just being our assistant to the city manager, she's also a Pinole resident, an illustrator. And so she has made an amazing mark on the city. And so every time folks walk in the city hall, they will really see the mark she has made on our community. So thank you on behalf of the city council. And yeah, I mean, this has been a great process. I'm really glad that we were able to converse with the Confederate villages of Lisjon, get their input, and also with our community, who had a lot of input on this process as well. But you know, it was really important to both Councilor Martinez-Rubin and I that we not just bring forward a seal and a logo that was not offensive, but also something that we can be proud of as a city. And I think this is it. You know, in the words of the late Virgil Abloh, design has the power to shape culture. And this is what it is. This changes how we're perceived as a city. And so I'm just really excited to see this being implemented. So my question is, if the council adopts the resolution to establish these new guidelines, logo, seal, do we wait until this is referred to the Municipal Code ad hoc subcommittee for an ordinance to also adopt before the transition occurs, or does it occur after this resolution?
So the logo, if adopted today, we could use it tomorrow. But we would need to, you know, there's a process to that for implementation and training staff and rolling it out and making sure, communicating to internally about the branding guidelines. So, you know, we could begin tomorrow, but it won't be like an overnight change. As far as the seal, we would need to bring it back to the municipal subcommittee and go through the 2 public hearings and go through that process before it can be, you know, officially adopted and start changing the signage, you know, where the city seal is now, and ordering, you know, flags and vehicle decals and things like that. Does that answer your question?
That does. in the municipal code, how specific is the language around the city seal? I know there's language around usage. Is there anything along the lines of implementation?
I don't believe there's anything up. Do you want to answer that question?
Yeah, through the chair, the language is fairly broad. It doesn't speak to implementation. It really is the actual seal is included in the municipal code. So that's the real issue is actually adding the new seal to the municipal code, and everything else is more a process. I should mention we have our next municipal code update subcommittee meeting on Monday. We could discuss it there, and we would be able to pull an ordinance together fairly quickly. So it wouldn't take long for it to get before the city council again on a first read of an ordinance.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple of questions, and I have heard from a number of members of the public, and I'm hoping that either somebody on the committee or staff could take us back to the reason that this is being changed. That's, if we can just repeat that, kind of talked around it, but if we can just get right to it so that it's on the record. So I don't know if I can turn to one of my.
Sure, I'll give it a stab, and I think with added comments by Assistant Epson and Councilmember Sasai, but the representation of a human there is attempting to depict someone who is Native American. At the time that this was created, the artist believed that was a true depiction of that type of individual. As it turns out, it doesn't represent truly what the indigenous features of someone who is Native American truly are, as well as the artwork misrepresents the human aspect of someone from an indigenous tribe. And so in the interest of having Pinole reflect core values that it has about stewardship with regard to the land, and also the common aspects that we all share regardless of whether we are Native American or not, and regardless of what national or ethnic background we belong to, we intentionally decided to avoid any human depiction on a city seal, so that we instead use the space on the seal to have it be occupied by elements that were symbolic and pretty much had a universal appeal, but still characteristic of Pinole. So that's my explanation of that.
That's perfect. I think that those that have provided comments to me directly are listening, so hopefully that will address those comments. I wanted to thank the committee and Fiona for all of your work on this. I particularly like the, the description of the symbolism. I think that that's really important. The logo kind of really popped for me, and I think the seal is really beautiful. Implementation. We have sort of a concrete sculptures outside of City Hall on either side of the reception area. We have a floor mosaic, embedded in the entryway, and we have the mosaic over in the police department in the public safety building. And I think there may be some other sites where we have the current seal depicted, and I'd like to talk about when we do implementation, how we might be able to keep some of it as historic artwork, and then some of it, like on officer badges or the stationery, that changing that over, I don't think should be a problem, but it's the costly items that we have, especially on the front of the building and the floor, and see how we're going to treat that, and see if we might want to be a little bit flexible on taking a longer time to transition some of those costlier items. So I'm looking forward to, seeing what a budget would look like in implementing it. So, yes.
Thank you, through the chair. So implementation, certainly we can reach out to Trupepi Smith, and they've been doing this for a long time. We can see what models are out there, what's been successful. Certainly we understand it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to be a slow transition. So we do offset some of those costs over several different budget years as well. Yeah. But I have to recognize something, and let's recognize the journey for this for a moment, because this started out as just a task to complete by previous leadership. And somewhere along the line, when Fiona got involved, this shifted to a passion project with collaboration driven by Fiona, the subcommittee members, and most importantly, our community. So without the partnership and collaboration of everybody involved, we wouldn't be where we are. So I have to recognize that, because this really changed over the last year and transitioned into something that we can all be proud of because of, the leadership of Fiona. So I just want to thank her for that.
Yeah, thank you.
If through the chair, if I may add something, it hasn't been mentioned. And Councilmember Sasai, I'm wondering why you are so serious, but at this moment, but in our subcommittee, we had wonderful, fun conversations. This is artwork. It's artwork that represents our city, but it was a fun set of activities, meetings, every time we met. And we trusted that 3 heads are better than 1, or better than 2. We build upon the ideas that any one of us presented, and that was great collaboration. So thank you, both of you.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity. Thank you.
Great, very great comments, and it sounds like you guys really worked together well on this project. So with that, we will open it up to the public.
Thank you. I do have one card in from Rafael Menes.
Good evening again. My name is Rafael Menes, resident of Pinole. I just wanted to say I really like the city seal. I think it's really elegantly done. I think that the way the elements are put together works so that they're visible at multiple different size points. And I agree with prior speakers that, having the reference points of the descriptions for how it all goes together makes it better. And I'd like to echo everybody's praise towards Fiona Epps for her work on creating the seal. It's really nicely done. With regards to the logo, I'd like to suggest, if it's possible, that the triangles be incorporated into the O, because at longer distances or at smaller sizes, the sort of pattern that you have around the inside of the O to represent the stuff that you're seeing on the seal with, the acorns, the basket marking, isn't as visible. It just looks like a flat O and some trees. There's a little bit of an issue between the blue and the green in the background of the logo, but that's not the biggest issue. I think the issue is that the O can sort of fade out, and in some colorations the triangles maybe aren't as detectable in the underlying banner. So I was wondering whether it would be possible to incorporate the triangles in the O, maybe sort of have a patterned triangles within the O sort of as a larger element rather than sort of the smaller boundary element for the basket. And that way you'd have the pattern be clearer whether or not the bottom line is there. And you'd also have sort of the element of the O be clearer, I think. I don't know whether that's entirely feasible or not, but I figured that would be something that's worth suggesting. But overall, I really like the seal, and I think the logo is good, but could maybe be a little bit better with those adjustments. Thank you.
Mayor and Council, again, this is the first time I've seen everybody smiling this evening. It looks great. Thank you. And Fiona, awesome job. You terrific. And to the committee, thank you very much. I love it. I think it's time to make this change. Just wanna suggest, when we do change the seal behind you guys, let's paint the room. All of us get a paintbrush, okay? Thank you. Great idea.
And do lighting, too.
And Mayor, we
Other
do,
public comments.
we do have one. Oh, do you have another card? Oh, we do have one online. Telephone caller, last four numbers 5748.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to comment on the logo and the seal. And I've heard both sides of the community and residents, and I'm kind of somewhat stuck in the middle. But that is a nice logo design. To fine-tune the logo design, I thought I can't see it on my television screen because there's a 5-minute delay, and I couldn't pull it up online either because there seems to be some kind of a snag with the connection. But I saw one logo design that didn't look so busy in the beginning, and I kind of liked and leaned towards that one. And then I saw the final logo design that looked more like a presidential seal, but the one that did look like the presidential seal, I assume that's the final, or the one you're going to be voting on versus the other. The one that looks like a presidential seal, it looked kind of way too busy around the outer part of the circle. So maybe they could clean it up a little because there's too much going on with all the circles and the busyness around the seal, and we don't really want it to look, I think, like a presidential seal. We want it more of a calming type look. And then as far as the hawk, I think, did you check with the local Audubon Society to see if the hawk is really a hawk? Because it is a form of a hawk / raptor, but I think it's called a red-tailed kite. Maybe that being said, that's the prominent bird in the valley that hovers around the mountains and near my home, that they should put more red into the color of that red-tailed kite raptor. And then that being said, I'd also like to add that they should tie this in with with the Ohlone community and award some type
Sir,
of
you have
a
45
trail
seconds.
or a monument to honor the Ohlone. Like I know one or two of you were promoting that, and I haven't heard back from you. One of them was Devin Murphy saying he would like to acknowledge the Ohlone Adobe Road Trail behind the dog park and caretaker's home, and that could be cleaned up and fixed with that breach and name that after the Ohlone, since they, you put that in the acknowledgement statement in the beginning of the meeting. You could give something back if you're going to take their picture off the seal. We're the only city that doesn't do that. Berkeley just awarded a big parking lot, a shell mount parking lot, to the Ohlone last week. But did Pinole do anything? No.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comments?
No, there are no more public comments.
And is there any committee members or staff that want to respond to any of the comments we received? Okay. Is there any other discussion or a motion?
Sure. Well, I'll move that we adopt the resolution to establish a new city seal, logo, and branding guidelines.
I'll second.
Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? And no abstentions, and that motion passes. And again, thank you, staff.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, staff and the committee, for all of your hard work, and the public for participating in the process. Okay, with that, we're going to move to item 11B, and that's consider adoption of amendments to the procurement policy. And that's Kapil. We have him virtually.
Hi.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Toms, members of the council, staff, and members of the public. Tonight, I'll be talking about consideration of a procurement policy amendment to include the environmentally preferable purchasing policy and program, or E4P for short. Next slide, please. Or are those slides up? Sorry.
No, the slides are not up yet.
Oh, okay.
Oh, here they come. And we just need to have them in view. There you go, in slideshow. Okay, you're good to go, Kapil.
Oh, wait, that's the incorrect PowerPoint.
Oh.
It's City of Pinole procurement policy amendment. I can share my screen too, if that makes it. Should I share my screen? Here.
Can somebody give him permissions to share?
I think Dave is
Just
doing.
wait, maybe
Oh.
Dave do it.
Excellent, thank you.
Director Mishra is here.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, it's ready.
Okay, so we can move to the next slide. So some background on the E4P. It's an opportunity for the city to use its purchasing power to support vendors that are environmentally and socially responsible. On May 2nd of last year, council directed staff to develop an environmentally preferable purchasing policy and program using best practices, as well as specific direction on utilizing resources such as Cal Energy's Empower Procurement and Cal Recycle. Next slide, please. So since then, staff connected with technical assistance groups such as Prospect Silicon Valley, which runs Empower Procurement, Civic Well Responsible Purchasing Network, as well as municipalities that have similar policies, such as the City of San Jose, Alameda County, City of Palo Alto, and City of Berkeley. Staff then circulated a draft policy and program to department heads and managers for feedback, and it was also reviewed by the Municipal Codes Subcommittee. Next slide, please. So just a brief overview of the policy. Where practicable, available, and economically feasible, the city shall use the following specification guidelines. Next slide. So for packaging, looking at materials that can be recyclable, easily recyclable, as well as minimizing packaging to only what is necessary. Product content is looking at the composition of products and looking at do they have features that conserve water and energy, as well as do they have recycled content, post-consumer recycled content. Next slide, please. For toxicity, looking for products that are non-toxic and protect the health of people and the planet. And also looking at manufacturing processes, so looking at how the sourcing of materials, as well as the manufacturing processes, such as conservation of water, energy, as well as how environmental discharge is dealt with. Next slide, please. Also considering transportation, so looking at the proximity of goods and the greenhouse gas emissions to transport those goods and delivery, and also considering vendors that use clean transportation for delivery of those goods, for recyclability and take back, supporting vendors that offer take back programs to support a circular economy. Next slide, please. Also looking for certified products from impartial third party like eco-labels such as the EPA's WaterSense, Energy Star, and Safer Choice. Life cycle cost is also important to consider, looking at not being dissuaded by the initial cost and kind of looking at long-term savings and the payback period of the sustainable good and service. Next slide, please. Equity is also important in the spec guidelines to support disadvantaged business enterprises as well as local small businesses and green certified businesses. Also looking at the fleet, the city fleet, and procuring more EVs and the infrastructure. Next slide, please. So for buildings, city buildings, looking at the LEED rating system to when doing like building renovations and construction, and also increase procurement of clean energy over other energy alternatives. Next slide. For landscaping, using bay-friendly landscaping techniques, and for city events, looking at sustainable, reusable decorations, procuring local organic food. Next slide, please. So programmatic features of the E4P, it would include staff trainings, pre-filtered online stores that offer only products that are with the highest adherence to the policy, purchasing guides and spec sheets that kind of simplify the process of making a purchase, green contract, pastable green contract language to build RFPs, green piggyback contracts that have been vetted by states and locally, vendor questionnaires to score and vet vendors with high environmental performance, a non-compliance justification form by staff to help kind of inform the program, troubleshoot, and see where there's areas for improvement in the program. Tracking to set like target goals and kind of celebrate achievements in reaching those goals, as well as assign staff responsibilities. Next slide, please. Fiscal impact, it would require staff hours to lead trainings and take on responsibilities. Enlisting the support of the Responsible Purchasing Network would really help get the program off the ground, as well as, and there's a tiered cost to that. So it's from $350 to $3,000, depending on the level of support. And it would kind of just help create and foster a robust program, as well as the increased cost of greener goods and services. Sometimes they're not always expensive. They can be comparable, even cheaper and more expensive, and that'll be left to staff discretion. But there should be preference to reasonable increased costs that come with green goods and services. Next slide, please. And so other procurement policy amendments, there's a section for union printer purchasing preference. And so the amendment would be to add, wherever feasible, all printed materials produced by a union print shop will display a union label, also known as a union bug. And also to add a section, union made vehicle preference, which would give a preference for automobiles manufactured in the United States and are union made, and a preference for specific American-made models listed in the annual release of the United Auto Workers vehicle list. Next slide, please. And so staff recommends adopting these amendments to the procurement policy. That would conclude my presentation, and directors Whalen, Mishra, Guillory, City Attorney Casher, and I are available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that report. Any questions of council? Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Thank you for your presentation and for incorporating the different requests that have come via council to staff over the past year and a half, I think, to have a policy that includes those different requests, whether they be specific with regard to stationery or larger purchases like vehicles. So you did that. My question is on the fiscal impact. There's mention of responsible purchasing network support. So I'm not understanding who that support would be provided to. Would that be purchasing network support to the city, or the city providing that support to businesses?
Oh, they're a technical assistance group, so they would be supporting the city in leading trainings. Also creating like a specialized purchasing guide and things of that nature to kind of help facilitate a robust E4P program.
Thanks for clarifying that. I noticed in the packet for tonight that other cities in implementing the A program have had the larger challenge related to tracking, which eventually is about evaluating the effectiveness and the utility and all those good kinds of outcomes for a program. So those costs aren't presented here though, because that requires perhaps beyond training, maybe a means to track, or do we have existing software now to allow the different components of this program to somehow be integrated so that there can be a tracking system or mechanism and that would eventually yield information about how well the program is working?
Yeah, so I guess there's 3 options to purchase. So it would be easy to track on 2 of those options, which is like a contract, like piggybacking on a contract, because then you can just ask the contractor to pull that record. As well as like online stores, you can pull records. Like for SB 1383, you can pull how much paper was purchased, meeting that recycled content criteria. The credit card decentralized purchasing is a little bit difficult to track, and that's what other municipalities are also facing. And so that's more on self-reporting and relying on good faith effort on staff. But you can easily track based on contracts and RFPs.
Thank you. So I'm going to stick with the tracking and the efforts of staff. You may not be with us come the time when the implementation of this program would occur. So what is the expectation to have this program be absorbed by existing staff? It may very well include you, Kapil. I'm not asking you to leave us, but the reality is that you may, or one possibility, I shouldn't say the reality, one possibility is that you may not be here.
So yeah, I've kind of assigned staff responsibilities on what would need to be done. And so that kind of helps guide and foster the program. So department heads are kind of responsible for training their staff and kind of reporting on like non-compliance, I guess. Sorry, does that answer your question?
Yes, it would be department heads to start off with, is how I'm understanding your answer.
Yeah, and all staff would be included in the trainings.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions so far.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Murphy.
Yeah, I just want to thank staff again for putting together what was a complex 2 different procurement asks and seeing that this came together so well. I just want to, again, thank you all. I wanted to ask, because today's, well, I guess it's not necessarily a resolution, but it's the amendments to procurement policy don't necessarily include the personalized support of 3,000. So is staff asking us to make that a motion in our approval of the amendments today? I understand you referenced it, but I just want to be clear about what you're asking, if that's okay.
Right, yeah, maybe not exactly today, because I can figure out in detail what that tiered costs would include.
Okay.
And maybe I can bring that back at a future time so we're clear on what that service would be, I guess.
Okay. And then one of the questions I had, so I did see at the bottom that you had a breakdown of staff support in terms of compliance to the procurement policy. I'm wondering if there is, I guess I'm wondering, some of the organizations that have been a part of the development of the procurement updates, how do we continue, or how are we going to, if any, continue relationships with them as if this passes today? So,
sorry. Councilmember Murphy, which organizations were you referring to?
A couple of the ones that you mentioned on your presentation that informed the E4P specifically were Cal Recycle and Contra Costa Green Business Program. I'm interested in how might we, and Civic Well too, which is really great, how might we continue partnership with them once the policy is updated?
Okay, so for the Contra Costa Green Business Program, if we were to partner, they do more specialized outreach to the city to help certify green businesses, which would also kind of support the program. Since we want to procure from those types of businesses, for the Empower procurement, they offer low cost technical assistance for building decarbonization and fleet transition. And yeah, Responsible Purchase Network is more technical assistance on getting the program off the ground and kind of helping with trainings and setting up that whole kind of program.
Okay. And just my last question, again, thank you for putting these together. I think a lot about our national conversation around the Green New Deal and kind of you all kind of integrated that vision in Pinole. So I want to just commend you on that piece. I'm wondering about how this positions us, if at all, with federal or state funding. Does updating policies like this help us to seek more funding? I mean, Cal Recycle is mentioned here. Is there an opportunity here to get more funding through Cal Recycle because we updated this procurement policy, or are there other federal or state agencies perhaps that we can show our badge of honor, if you will, if we do update this tonight?
I can look into that. I know there are like funding resources that were provided by Civic Well, which I can double check on that. Okay. But I know some jurisdictions have been rewarded for these types of policies. So I can look into.
Okay. And then go ahead, Kapil.
Can I just add, just for Cal Recycle, we have been working with them and they actually provided grants to various cities, which we obtained a grant. And for compliance with 1383, we do report to them our purchases previously. So we are actually complying with that program, and we track our purchases for the recycled paper internally, including our consumptions for our toiletries and paper that we use for printing. Those things we do record and report to them every year. That is a part of the grant that we receive from Cal Recycle. And the environmental purchase, a preferable purchase policy, is actually will help us for grants, because they would ask whether a EPP is included in our procurement policy, and if that is, then that makes your application get some more points for any grant consideration.
That's great to hear, Director Mishra. Thank you. I see Director Whalen also at the podium.
Thank you for letting me weigh in here. I heard that you asked about the $3,000 for technical assistance. It would be great if the council would like to support that, to give us that direction, and we can move forward with that as well.
Okay. And just for clarity, it's $3,000. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but where would that money come from in your viewpoint? I just want to make sure we're clear about it.
Director Guillory might have an idea. I don't have an idea right now in my mind of exactly where that would come from. Okay. Also, if Kapil could provide a little bit more information on the sliding scale from 350 to 3,000 as well, and what the difference in levels that might help us.
Yeah, I think from my understanding, 350 is more just like getting like a purchasing guide or spec sheets that staff can kind of review. And educate themselves and use that as a guide when they purchase. And then once you move up in tiers, it's more like specialized, like hands-on trainings and creating, like just being more involved in the entire program.
Okay. And is that an expected $3,000 per year or $3,000 one-time fee?
I believe it's a one-time fee.
Okay.
It might probably be a one-time fee, yeah.
That's good to know. Thank you. Well done. Thank you, staff.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor, any comments? No. Thank you. I just have one comment before I want to tell you thank you very much for putting all of this together. Actually, two comments. How will the council, how will there be a report, an annual report on the status on how this is working? Will it be like an annual climate action plan status report, or a standalone report on how we're doing on this? I'm just wondering if you've given any thought to that.
Yeah, probably like setting a target goal and then reporting on how far along we are in reaching that goal, or if we've reached it for that year. That's kind of what I was advised from the Responsible Purchasing Network, is kind of setting these like goals for the year and like this category of purchases, and then kind of tracking that.
Okay.
And to add on to that, Madam Mayor, we are including the this in the climate action and adaptation plan as well, so we can. We're finalizing the final details on that to release to the public very soon. So we could think that over with our consultant as well, and think of tracking measures, because we'll be tracking annually through the CAP.
Right. So actually, that's the only question that I have. So we can open it up to the public.
Yes, Irma Ruport.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'll make it really quick. I think it's a great idea. I think we got to move forward with this. However, a few questions or comments. It's going to cost us more, yeah. It should apply to grant opportunities, that we need to really be proactive in this, because it's going to cost us some money. It does speak about staff connecting with this in terms of fiscal impact. Will be staff hours will be required to organize educational workshops, as well as taking up new assigned responsibilities. Are we good with that? At least sometimes staff, we don't have enough time to do something. So is this going to add on to their hourly, or is it more hours? I mean, this is why it's so important to keep staff hours at each term of what you're doing, because then you either need more or you need less. And how is this going to be cost effective for us? It's going to cost us more. And the other thing is, I do a lot of the reading attachments on related legislation was, for me, kind of difficult, because it had a lot of technical and legal and compliance procedures. And I thought I'd have to go over it again. However, one of the things that concerned me was Appendix A, the type of purchase. It didn't, page 55, I don't know if you can, I just made that copy. Appendix A, types of purchase, cost, approval, authority, documentation, and procurement method. And I don't know who set all this up in terms of the cost, who has the authority to approve some of this. My main concern is in cost of a public works over 60,000 up to 200,000, city manager, and then over 200,000 is the city council contracts. My concern is, Mayor and Council, this past week, there was a former city manager. There was, how should I say it? Was reporting that he was spending his credit card or something over $300,000, and they caught him. And right now, it was in the newspaper, so that's what the only thing is. I'd like to see more, maybe in this, some of these amounts, maybe have a second approval, or if we do approve something like this, that we do have accountability, because we just can't have one person, in my opinion. It hasn't happened in Pinole, but it happened somewhere else, and it can happen here. So just an idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Rafael Menez.
Yeah.
So I just remembered that I actually do have a few comments on the side. I'm Rafael Menes, resident of Pinole. And my first comment is On page 218 of the agenda packet, where it starts saying City of Pinole procurement policy, it's highlighted saying revised XYZ, XX 2024. I assume that can be amended to have today's date once it's actually, accepted by the council. And then my second question was, let's see, that was a 258. Yeah, there's a few other things, like on page 258, there's a reference to page XX, that sort of thing. And I'm assuming that, again, that little highlighted placeholder things can all be updated after it's actually finished. My second question was, I noticed that the preference for USA automobiles also highlighted basically selection from a list that was highlighted by UAW. And I was wondering if it would be possible to further sub-prioritize within that list electric vehicles, because I know that not all of the vehicles on that list are going to be electric vehicles. And I also know that over the next several years, whether it's by EPA standards or by state air board standards, there's going to be increasingly great requirements for electric vehicles. So I'm wondering whether it would be possible to have language in the preference for USA automobiles manufactured under a unionized workforce also have a preference for electric vehicles, which also fit in that subcategory, if that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
No more public comments.
Okay, and I'll just respond to the last comment, is that we did discuss the preference of electric vehicles as well as the American-made, and with the understanding that there are some electric vehicles that are not UAW made vehicles. But this being a preference, it would be highlighted when approval comes to the council to consider whether or not it is completely fitting with the policy or if it's going to deviate from the policy. So that is something we did discuss. And I don't know if you want to add anything, Mr. City Attorney?
Through the chair, no, that's right. Yeah, it's every staff report where there would be a vehicle purchase, we would be referring to the procurement policy and whether, and obviously it would be a consideration for every purchase, and we would note that, and that's the preference requirement. Yeah.
Great, thank you. And then the page numbers and the date will be inserted once it's approved. So, any other comments from staff? Is there a motion?
I'd be happy to make a motion. This is wonderful.
Yes.
Yep.
And is there a second?
Oh, motion to approve. Thank you. Yes.
I'll second, but didn't we add the 3,000?
And
that I was going to make a separate motion. I thought but I
Okay.
can amend to, move
Yeah,
to approve the updated, amended procurement policy, and also direct staff to enter a membership agreement with the Responsible Purchase Network at $3,000.
Second.
Great. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes 5-0. Thank you again, staff. That was great work. So our last item, or second to the last item, 12A, and that's the fiscal year 2022-2023 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, or CAFR. And we have Markeisha Guillory.
Mr. Mayor, before we get started, point of order.
Oh, yeah.
I would imagine that we're going to approach 11 o'clock on this presentation. I'm wondering,
Don't you want to put her under pressure to go fast?
well, rather than interrupt the presentation, can we motion to extend the meeting to 11:20?
I'll second.
I mean, can we close this out at 11:20? I guess maybe I'm trying to take a pulse as well
Okay.
as whether or not we'll be able to make it.
Director Guillory?
Or not, I mean.
We can go ahead and extend it now, and then
Okay.
hopefully,
So
we'll-
I'd like to motion to extend the meeting to 11:20.
and I'll second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, staff, and members of the public. We'll be providing an overview of the fiscal year 2022-23 annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2023. Just to give a brief introduction, following the close of each fiscal year, the city issues a complete set of financial statements that conform with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America, also known as GAAP. They are audited by an independent certified public accounting firm. And to meet this requirement, the city creates the annual comprehensive financial report. It contains the required audited financial statements, as well as other useful supplemental information, including budget to actuals comparison and other statistical information. The city engaged the PUN Group, an independent certified public accounting firm, which has audited the City of Pinole's financial statements for the fiscal year 2022-23. And the objective of the audit was to provide reasonable assurance that the financial statements of the city are free of material misstatement. The audit involved examining evidence supporting the amounts and disclosures in the financial statements, assessing the accounting principles used and significant estimates, and evaluating overall financial management presentation. The PUN Group concluded, based on the audit, that there was reasonable basis for rendering an unmodified opinion, or essentially a passing score, on the city's financial statements for the fiscal year 2022-23, and they are represented fairly in conformity with generally accepted accounting principles. Joining us here tonight is our auditor, Mark Hu of the PUN Group. Before I turn the presentation over to Mr. Hu, I just would like to recognize staff for their work on not only the day-to-day financial operations of the city, but also their contributions to putting together the year-end financial statements. So I'd like to recognize accountant Maria Mata and accounting specialist Anthony Colden. So with that, I will turn it over to Mark.
Hey, thank you, Markeisha. Good evening, the mayor and the member of the city council. My name is Mark Hu. I'm the auditor manager in the PEN Group, which is the auditor of the city of Pinole. Next slide. So today I'm talking about the requirement of communications and audit responsibilities, also the overview of the financial statement and the financial indicator and the key pension OPEB information. And then the last part is the audit result. Next slide, please. Next slide. The first one is the required communications. So the PEN Group comply with all the independent requirements both at the firm and at the individual level. Also, the city disclose all the significant accounting policy in Note 1 to the financial statement, and also the city implement the GASB 96 in the fiscal year 22-23. There are 4 significant estimates in the ACFR this year. The fair value on the investments, depreciation of capital assets, net pension liability in the actual inputs, and the net other post-employment benefit liability actual inputs. Next slide, please. So there are 6 sensitive disclosures this year, include the Note 1 summary and summaries of significant accounting policy, Note 4 lease receivable, Note 9 defined benefit pension plans, Note 10 OPEB, Note 11 fund balances, and Note 18 prior period adjustment. And there's no unrecorded misstatement reported in this year, and the management informed us that there, to our knowledge, there are no consolidations with other accountants regarding the audit and other matters. Next slide. Next slide, please. So this is a required communication. We don't have any significant difficulties in dealing with the management, and we don't have any disagreement with management. Next slide, please. Next. So this is the management responsibilities. The first one is the management is responsible for the financial statements and to present to the financial statement in accordance with the accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America. Also, management adopts a set of accounting policies and establish and maintain the internal control over financial reporting and compliance. Also, management's responsibility include to provide evidence and support demand and disclosing the financial statement and prevent the detected fraud. The next slide. The auditor responsibility including form and express an opinion about whether the financial statement has been prepared by the management with the city council oversight are present fairly in all material respect. Also, the auditor plan and perform the audit to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements are free from the material misstatements. Also, the auditor consider the internal control over financial reporting. Such considerations are solely for the purpose of determining our audit procedures and not to provide any assurance concerning such internal control. Next slide, please. Next. So this is the overall of the financial statements. The first slide is the governmental wide. As we can see, the total assets in the current year went down about 3.78%. The decrease of the capital assets is due to the prior period adjustment regarding the wastewater treatment plant in amount of 5.4 million. The current liabilities went down 1.5 million, including the accounts payable, which went down 1 million, and the unearned revenue went down 1.8 million. The investment earnings went back on, sorry, the next slide, please. As we can see, the expenditures went down 7.8 million. The significant changes were in the general government, public safety, and the community development sectors. The operating grant and contribution increased 3.5 million, which is due to ARPA fund. In the current year, in the 2023, ARPA fund recognized 4 million as revenue compared to 550,000 in fiscal year 22. Investment earnings went back on the positive side in 2023 compared to the loss in 2022, which is, okay, next slide. So this is the general fund condensed balance sheet. Everything goes through smoothly. There's no significant variance. So the next slide. This is the condensed statement of the revenue, expenditure, and change in fund balance. The total change in fund balance in the current year is 1.2 million versus the 4 million in 2022. The increase is 5.5 million. Primarily, the main reason is that the general fund received the fund from the ARPA fund, which is 4.1 million in the current fiscal year. Next slide. So this is the prior period adjustment, the summary. So prior period adjustments were made on the government-wide statement to move certain the pension items from the business type activities to governmental activities as well, to adjust the beginning balance of the capital assets in the business type activities. The net effect of this prior period adjustment was the 5.4 million, change from what was reported in 2022. Also, GASB 96 speed implementation had an effect on the certain line items reported
Sir,
in 20.
I'm so sorry, Mayor. It's really difficult to hear. I think we're all experiencing that. Is there any way that you can either readjust your volume or pause for a second for that to be the case? If it's hard for us to hear in the chambers, I imagine it's almost impossible for others to hear outside the chambers.
Oh, sorry about that. How about right now?
It's still a little bit garbled. Sorry, excuse me. This is the city clerk. You might also try turning off your video, and we might get a faster stream. We could try that option.
I did turn off. Maybe I should turn off my. Let me stop the video. Okay. How about right now?
That's a little bit better, yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to close to my computer microphone. Sorry about that. Okay, let's continue to talk about the prior period adjustment. So the net effect of the this prior period adjustment was the 5.4 million change from what was reported in 2022. Also, the city implemented the GASB 96 in the current year, which had an effect on the certain line items reported in 2022, including the capital assets and long-term debt. But overall, there's a net zero effect on the ending. There's only 32,000 net impact on the ending 2022 net position. So next slide, please. So this is financial indicators and key pension and OPEB informations. The first one is the ratios analysis. The first one is ratio if the ratio of 100%, which represent is good, meaning that the tax revenue are sufficient to cover the net cost of providing services without dipping into the net position or relying on the investment earnings or miscellaneous income. The net cost of providing services is what we get after we take charges of services and operating grant and contributions and subtract the expenditure. The ratio increased in 2023 so that the city is in a very good position as far as this ratio is concerned. With an excess of tax revenue over the net cost of the services overall in 2023. So next slide, please. So this is the fund balance analysis. So unsigned fund balance is the residual fund balance after removing non-spendable fund balances, restricted fund balances, and the fund balance amount that has been committed by the city council or assigned by the management for the special purposes. Ordinarily, we could consider this ratio to be extremely low. However, it is important to note that the city has committed 9 million of the fund balance in the general fund, and a good portion of that is for the emergency contingency. If the city council did not set those funds aside, those amounts will be included in unsigned fund balance, and that will be indicated a healthy general fund. Next slide. So this is the pension standard. So the city's funded percentage went down about each year plan in 2023. This is again is due to the corporates having a poor investment year in 2022, while we also noted that the corporate had a really good investment year in 2023, and those again were themes in the funded percentage of the prior year. For 2023, the city is back around its historical levels for funded percentage as 2022 was a bit of anomaly as far as corporates goes. Next slide, please. So we issued an unmodified opinion in all opinion units, include financial statements are fairly presented in all material respect. Policy has been consistently applied. Estimate used are reasonable, and the disclosure are properly reflected in the financial statement. Next slide. Adjusting journal entry were necessary for pension items, capital asset, and speed implementations. The prior period adjustment has already been spelled out in the earlier slide. So the next slide, please. So we also issued 2006 Measure S Fund and the 2014 Measure S Fund a compliant report. There's no finding for internal control or financial reporting or compliance on this report. The next slide. So again, there's no disagreement with the management, no material weakness or significant deficiency or identifying or internal control over financial reporting or compliance. And there's no accounting issue where there was a question on authoritative guidance notice, and there's no improper activities were noted. That's about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that report. Did you have anything to add, Director Guillory?
I did not.
Okay.
We're available to answer any questions.
Okay, with that, are there any questions of staff? Okay, seeing none, I'll see if there's any public comments.
Yes, Rafael Menes.
Greetings again, Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Rafael Menes, resident of Pinole. I already sent many of my questions to Director Guillory directly, so I'm not going to repeat them all here because then we'd be here for at least an hour. But there are a few that I'd like to highlight more specifically. Let's see. On page number 338 of the agenda packet, there's a payment in the business type, I guess it's statement of cash flows for proprietary funds. That's a change in operating assets and liabilities. That's a due from other governments, but it's a payment to other governments. So do we need to pay Hercules money for something this past year, either increased outflows or an error in payment amounts or something going on there? I was a little bit curious about that. On page number 366, I noticed there was a subparagraph under note number 3 talking about a potential for bridge housing to have a note unpaid forgiven if it agreed to maintain affordable housing for an additional 19 years in 2024. I was wondering whether Bridge actually decided to exercise that option or not. There's a few things in, let's see if I can find them. Basically, there's a lot of items in the reports where it's showing basically percentages for negative values decreasing. So basically the amount improving as a negative percentage, and I'm not quite sure why that's the case. I'm going to try and hunt down exactly where it was. On page 451 for 2016, the total expenditures column, it looks like there was a number missing, and that threw off several of the calculations elsewhere. I wanted to make sure to highlight that one in particular because it's a potential significant error that needs to get flagged. Most of my other ones are more like, questions or maybe an error of interpretation. That one's actually an error in what's there. On page number 455, I noticed that for all the entities other than the basic county-wide levy, that the rates were variable, and I was curious why that was the case. And I have several other questions, but I sent those all to Director Guillory in writing, and I assume she'll answer them in writing in due time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to kick it back to Director Guillory. Did you have any responses to any of those questions at this point, or is that something you need to look into further?
Yes, I would need to look into those, so I would ask if I could just add those to the list that Mr. Minnis already sent over, and I'll respond to those as well.
Okay. Okay, and are there any other public comments? Okay, is there any further discussion on council or a motion?
Remind us of it's just a receiver report.
It's to
yes,
accept the CAFR, the annual comprehensive financial report for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023.
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
And a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you for that report. And then we will move to our second set of citizens to be heard. Do we have any citizens to be heard?
Yes, thank you. Jason Minton, please.
Jason.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time. I'm going to cut right to the chase. I've looked at these notes all night, but I'm going to give up on them. So my name is Jason Minton. I'm a resident of Pinole, and I'm here to speak about Mr. Kibbe Kleiman. And I don't know what everybody else said. I imagine most people came here and said he's great and we want to keep him. That's basically my view too. So I talked to President of the school board, Ms. Smith-Folds, who was very kindly here today, and she spoke with me and another parent on the phone last week, gave me some recommendations about what to do to continue to push this forward, and one thing she suggested was to contact the school board, get another agenda item on their agenda. Yeah, sorry about that. To talk about this. So I'm looking at this as not an HR issue. This is whatever they decided, they decided. Now this is an issue of it's essentially punishment of whatever was done. This is now being transferred to the community of Pinole and the students, and it's very demoralizing to the students, and it's just, I'm going to put a cap on that. My point being, I've got an agenda. I requested an agenda item. I asked them to make it a public agenda so that we could talk about it. Because it was an HR issue, they say they put me in the closed session. Honestly, I don't know anything about governance. I'm not a school board expert. So I'm throwing this open to any of you who would like to comment on how I should approach the school board. You have my email address and my phone number on that card that I passed in there. I also was thinking that I would be here earlier and there'd be more people here. So I created, in the meantime, an email address. If anybody would like to get in touch with me, where is that? Oh, you can't see that at all. And give me comments. I need an approach. I'm not looking to be just browbeating the school board. I want to come up with an approach that means something to them. They rely on their HR. Their HR went through a process. They gave the school board a recommendation. This probably seems very familiar to you. They passed it, and I would like to send this back somehow so that we have a pathway to keep Kibbe Kleiman as our principal here. I'm not going to give out my personal email address to the however many people are still on there. I don't know, 10, 13? But you can reach me at heyjason3000. That's what I came up with sitting in your chambers here. heyjason3000@gmail.com. If you do have an idea of how I can approach. I have talked to Kibbe a little bit, and I've spoken to some other parents. But I know that this is very important. I forgot to watch the clock. But I think you get my point, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for hanging in there.
My pleasure. That's what we do.
Yeah. Okay, any other public comments?
Yes, we do. One online. Anthony Vosbrink, go ahead, please.
Hello, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Good. I'd just like to address or readdress a few items here. One is, does the city of Pinole, the city council, staff, police department have some kind of a safety strategy as well as a retail crime reduction safety for our public health and safety welfare, especially in the heavily traveled retail corridors, mostly on Fitzgerald Drive and Pinole Valley Road? Because we've been having continual issues there. You know, the latest was a strong arm robbery at Lucky's, a strong arm robbery at Grocery Outlet right up the street on Fitzgerald. And the new Nordstrom store has been hit a few times with I guess it's retail theft, and they may look the other way or give those people an admonishment or a slap on the wrist, but that doesn't reduce the crime and what's going on. So we would like to ask the council and the city manager and the chief of police, what is the current upgraded strategy for handling retail crime in our city, because it's going rampant, I'm sorry to say, and we better be proactive on this before it gets worse, so we don't get compared to one of those other cities. But the other thing I wanted to ask again is what's being done with the street lights up and down Pinole Valley Road. There are half a dozen of them, starting from Sprouts, Kaiser Medical Center in the median strip up through Trader Joe's, the Caltrans sign, I think, or the one over the I-80 overpass. It's been out for several months saying Oakland I-80 West on top of the overpass on the Jack in the Box side of the freeway. That's been out. No one tried to fix that or report it to Caltrans if we can. And then also the ADA situation on Shade Drive and Granada. The telephone poles are blocking the sidewalk that are taped together with duct tape. And those things that were addressed to the TAPS, to the city council meeting, and to different staff members, but no one
Please wrap up your comment. You have 30 seconds.
Get back to us with these infrastructure issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vosbrink. Okay, with that, we will move to adjournment, and we do have a finance subcommittee meeting on March 27th, and we're going to be adjourning in remembrance of Amber Schwartz. And good night.
Thank you.